Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 6th of September 2020. And again, of course, I always ask that you hold on to your sanity as we go through these times. Again, I was just thinking before I started yapping away there about the Matrix movie and how it gave you an idea of a system that coexists within another system, and it's all manufactured by outsiders, you would say, to serve their own purpose, where people really are raised to be batteries because you take energy from the people to run the whole system in the Matrix. And it's not too far from the truth in a certain way, an analogy, because everything comes from us, you know. You take all these multi-billionaire corporations, even trillionaire ones they have today, and they really do have multi-trillionaires at the very, very top. And all the money comes from us, you know. Whatever is made by labor of all kinds and raw resources. So they take over raw resources of the world to make their products and so on. And including the food. I've mentioned this so many times before. Their food supply is run by only a handful of international corporations. The bulk of your food supply, more so now than ever, is they've made a big grab for it during the COVID front. You know, it's a front. That's what COVID is. It's an excuse under a wartime scenario to take over and change the whole system on behalf of those who already really rule it, and make it more efficient for them. And that's what it's all about. So really, as I say, we are still batteries in a way. We consume because we're alive, naturally. Our basic needs have to be met at the very least. And even to your heating in the winter or cooling in the summer, if you live in a hot climate, all depends on energy. Again, technocracy that was founded on controlling and running and owning the energy supply of the planet that humans need to survive, by those who decide that they had the right to rule it all. It's more true than you think, as I say, with the Matrix. And in the Matrix too, in the movies, which are awfully entertaining too, you have all kinds of areas in the Matrix with different characters that are like the major domos of their particular area. And you have the keymaster type thing, the locksmith, and all kinds of real good characters that are enjoyable in a sense for being the ultra bad guys. And they can lock you in or out of their particular areas, in fact. Very much like the system in which we live. When you really realize that the world it has many compartments, like the WTO, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum, that really is all part of the same structure, in fact. And they decide what the UN is going to be doing and what countries are going to be doing and what all the economies are going to be or not to be doing and how we're going to live. We call it a democracy, but democracy's got nothing to do with it. If anything, it's a scientific oligarchy at the top, or near the top at least, serving the dominant minority, as Aldous Huxley mentioned in his own talks. And that's how it really is run. And it's been that way for an awful long time. For the people who really thought about democracy and really believed in it, I feel sorry at times. Because it's like giving you and it's a religion, really, isn't it? It's like communism is a religion. You have to really believe in it to make it work to any extent at all, which generally means the populace has to give up all their rights and freedoms and even sacrifice and go into austerity for the greater good, for something way down in the future, which we'll never see and never will see because it's not meant to actually appear ever. That's the trick of all working together for a better tomorrow. It's been done for an awful long time, of course, through the Soviet system and their bloc and in communist China. And communist China is interesting because, again, you have a different culture, a very ethnocentric culture, very proud of themselves too. They haven't had decades of being taught at university that they're bad and evil, and so they have no shame and no guilt for anything, you see. So they're very proud in their system, and they obey it very well. They are more of a collective society. I might put up tonight, actually, an article. I don't know how I came across it, but it was to do with the Silk Road. You've heard about the big Silk Road idea that, again, the World Trade Organization and the World Economic Forum have been pushing for years. A massive transportation system right from Russia all through, right through Europe, and even having a spin-off part, a circular part in Spain, and they've designated Spain to be a multicultural society, a kind of hub for the future. And they've been working on that. And by the way, that's also part of the reason that China's been pushing into the borders of India, because they want to bring in the road through there. For those who are wondering why it's all about the skirmishes I've been having with China, that's part of it. And the media knows it, but the media are not there to inform you about anything. They're meant to get emotional reactions from you and to see if you'll swallow the lies they keep telling you, especially with the COVID that's going on right now. So, as I say, the Matrix is a system where you get your eyes opened with each room that you walk into, or go through the doors. Depends, what kind of entrance you want for the audience. But it's quite interesting to see the different. It's not just levels on a horizontal plane, but it's also a vertical, and you can go up and up and up to whole new levels of it, and so on and so on and so on. But the idea is, it takes off really from the system in which we live, which is we are economic units, so we produce things. We're also energy in ourselves. And from it, you'll always have a dominant minority that suck from us, and even force systems upon us, which we will often adapt and adopt very quickly, but adapts into very quickly as well. And look at the internet. Well, even with radio and television, these are like wonders to the world when they first came out, in radio alone, And I really mean this because, what I'm going to say, because it's true. It was a miracle in its day and age when radio came out. And I can remember my dad talking about the old crystal sets. And the crystal sets literally were because everything is oscillators to do with radio, or even basic television as well. You have oscillating frequencies, and you have a little oscillator inside your set or your radio or whatever. And if you can tune it to the same frequency as an incoming frequency, then it develops into audio, basically, through a bunch of circuitry. But anyway, in the old days, the people could get crystal sets, as they called it, small units, and some of them were kind of portable, but you needed a long antenna to pick up the signal. And the antenna was it's a roll of copper wire, very thin copper wire generally. And my dad mentioned it when he was young, and he was with some of his buddies in a little housing outreach scheme. And one of them had a crystal set out the back garden. And it was a big thing, as youngsters, especially boys too, are interested in all kinds of things, of technology and so on. So they got it going, and they had to put a little earphone on to listen to it, because it didn't have a built-in speaker. And they all had turns in it. And one of the little boys, these are boys about 8 or 9, and one of the little boys looks and says, "Oh, where does it come from, this signal?" And they said, "Oh, this is London, it's BBC London." And he looked and he saw the wire disappearing round the house, the side of the house. He says, "Man, that must be a really long wire," because that's how children see things, And technically, it was logical as well for a young child to think that way. It was, that's an awful long wire. He didn't know that it didn't go right to the station. It just picked up the signals from the air. But that's what technology is, and people went crazy with radio. I think the first radio in the States, or station in the States, it played music, and it played kind of country music at the time in the States. But it also was set up by real estate. Some guy who was into real estate so they had the first advertising on radio, and that really took off, as we well know. And then along came television, and television was there a long time ago. In fact, pre-World War II, John Logie Baird in Scotland, for those who don't know it, had colour televisions, flat screen, big ones too, before the World War II broke out. It always give you an idea that it was a fairly recent invention, but it's really much older, because he'd been making TVs for long before that. But technology, again, is power, isn't it? It's got the power to change society for those who want to change it, which gives them a power to change it. And the trick, again, is like the internet, is to get you to purchase everything yourself that they need for all information, because then they can control information. And most folk never figure out, they really don't, just like the television, they never know, they never really figure out that the TV's not there really to entertain them. Entertainment is just, it's like the cheese in a mousetrap. You know, that's really what it is. The real purpose of it is very, very different. It's to standardize opinion and thought of society, no matter what society it is. And it's all arranged by experts and professionals to also change your behavior. That's one of the main things, is behavior change. And we have lots of information on that from many authors in the past, and people who investigated it all, and people who are involved in changing societies as well. And again, Aldous Huxley, who was definitely up there with the big think tanks in his day, and who belonged to a family that was part of the Darwin type clan, and intermarried with them. In fact, eventually, some of the members did anyway. The Huxleys were well involved with those who were changing and directing the thoughts and behavior of societies. He admitted that himself. He said, my family's part of the scientific elite who work for the dominant minority, and they work with academia as well. And it isn't just technology, it's also psychology and behaviorism, and how to alter the behavior and thoughts of whole populations of people. What you're living through today is tremendous, massive psychological warfare like we've never seen it before, really. We didn't even have this kind of psychological warfare during World War I or II, or even through the Vietnam era either. This is a big push for the planet. This is world war. This is real world war. And it's psychological warfare backed up with military type force through the police. The police are a force now. They're an internal force with a uniform, like any military. And they're generally armed in most countries. Not all, but most of them. And the ones who are not armed are often trained in the use of it, so they can arm them very quickly if they have to. So you're living through a world war, and this war is the culmination of many years, many years. You might even say centuries in a sense, to a very real sense, to bring in a technologically controlled society by the use of technocracy, specialists and experts in every possible area who are going to rule your lives. They're already doing it, and they've got power to do it now. But they want the right to literally not just start off as a child with children like they have in Scotland with Girfec and parts of England too, and other countries too, with different names of advocating government agents and social workers to work with children from birth right through, no matter about ethical parents or not. It's to do with modifying the thoughts of the child as they grow up to suit the agenda of those who rule you and own your countries. That's what it's about. Always under a great guise. What's for the greater good again? And there'll be no animosity from people or different ethnic groups or something. Well, just get rid of all that damage. That's what they claim, but it's a big lie, because as you well know, not every ethnic group has been subject to the same incredible indoctrination and standardization. Huh? Those at the top of the world, I've mentioned it before in some recent talks as well, but even many years ago when I talked about psychopathy, and some people wrote books about psychopathy and were good enough to mention me in their books, is where they got a lot of the information from. But psychopathy is so interesting, because when you really meet a real psychopath, you might not catch on quickly, you know. They like to often boast if they've been caught at something. Even in prison, some intelligent ones will often boast about what they did. They like the attention. However, if they're not caught and they're working freely in society, most folk often can't quite figure them out. Women will often pick up fellas or get picked up by fellas or whatever, and they'll pick up fellas that they feel sorry for. they just need a bit of help. I'm the person to put them in the straight and narrow and fix them up. That's maybe some maternalistic instinct, who knows? But the fact is, or maybe it's just plain ego, but it often ends in disaster if it's a psychopath they're picking up. Because psychopaths on the low level, the low scale of things, the kind that just see something in a window and want it, they're not the brightest type on the low level, but they still have the incredible instincts of reading people and using them and manipulating. But they're also the kind that throw bricks into the window and grab the stuff and make off with it, and then they get caught and they're now out of prison for their whole lives. But as you go up the ladder, and I think the studies that were done in the US and in Britain, maybe in the 30s and 40s, were catching on slowly, because there was such a class distinction back then too. It was very overt, in fact. It's still there today, but it was very overt back then. When they really thought most psychopaths were just working class types and unemployed types as well, until they started to realize that no, there's a lot more in the middle and upper strata. And that's when they went into, eventually, it took them a long time to get round to the CEOs of corporations and the big players in corporations that get up there and become the heads of even the military-industrial complex, And then you find out that those who run the world financially, again, the dominant minority, a hereditary group, will employ these psychopaths and put them in place as CEOs. These are intelligent type psychopaths. They're more savvy as to what's going on, and they're careful not to end up afoul of the law if possible. But they're dedicated psychopaths. If you pay them well, they'll serve you well. And then they form clubs with them too, and they can join certain clubs, and very important type. They may even get knighted, some of them. A lot of them actually did in the past. If you look at the people who got knighted in Britain, for the last maybe 150 years, most of them were merchant bankers and people like that, who believe you me, in business, in real tough business, nice folk just don't get ahead. It doesn't happen that way. They'd be ruthless. And there are folk who are psychopaths, who definitely are ruthless, who are very successful in the business world by being ruthless. And by, again, lending to governments. Like, that's how often Britain knighted them and gave them in return for it. They'd end up being up there amongst the lords and ladies, and they'd intermarry each other, you see. So the psychopaths marrying into the psychopathic realm have a good chance, especially in the lifestyle and the culture within the family groups, of raising a good psychopath to take over. Intergenerational psychopathy, see. Very important. And all countries have it too. So when you realize the world's run by this kind of system, and then in the technological sphere, and those who are really into technology, who run the electronic systems of today, and these massive empires of bits and bytes, etc., and Silicon Valley types, you'll find a lot of them are actually geeks. And their world is what they do, and why they're doing it. They're kind of far removed from the emotions, the normal emotions that folk. Have you noticed that with them? It was often thought a lot of them were almost autistic, Asperger types. And some of them may very well be, that they don't seem to get on very well with people. And they have no qualms about working with the NSA and organizations like that, where they have no right to be in folks' lives in the first place, electronically, destroying privacy and invading it further and further and further, and other ones as well that work to design the next part of the cultural change as you get turned into slaves. Obviously slaves. You have no you really don't have much free will left at all, When choices in important areas are taken away from you, including using cash, for instance. This is an example. The roads are being narrowed. All the accessory roads that join the main road are being stopped and walled off and are taken away or filled in, and you're left with this one road that you must be on. And the same with medicine and choices and everything else, or vaccinations or whatever it happens to be. When you don't have any choices, you're under a tyranny, a totalitarian tyranny, which will convince most folk that that's for your own good. And most folk, unfortunately, because the indoctrination is so perfect, they don't shout at people as they're persuading you. They're professional persuaders. That's what good psychopaths can do, by making things appear very plausible. And most folk want to go along with it because they don't want to believe the world's rather nasty or it's cruel. Because, as I've said before, regardless of the century we live in, basically we're all kind of tribal. We're all born into little tribes sometime in the past, maybe 1,000 and 2,000 or more years ago. It doesn't make any difference. And in a tribal situation, children, they want to feel secure inside the tribe. And it's expected the elders take care of them and warn them and protect them and so on. So yeah, you might even leave home now at 15 or 16 if you want to. But the fact is, it's still in your nature to be protected by those who are more mature, the real role models. And so the real people have been displaced in today's technology with propaganda, rather perfect propaganda and perfect indoctrination through schooling, So they're taught to be naive, stay naive, and that the authorities, the experts, are in charge of it all, and just follow them, be obedient to them because they're there to protect and help you. And that's the sort of mirage cover that they take upon themselves and project to you. You don't see them as they really are. You don't see the characters sitting at big board meetings talking about their multi-billion-dollar profits for giving you a flu shot for the year for the nation or a few nations together. You don't see them meeting with members of parliaments or governments across the world, or the World Trade Organization, or again the World Economic Forum, or Gavi, or all these private institutions that they pretend they're philanthropies. They've got massive shares in the big vaccine companies, who also lobby governments, so the governments will take their vaccines that they'll manage to provide, and they all profit from it, of course. And that's just one example. If they could make you just dress in the same uniform, and a uniform that was made by one factory for the whole planet, and then they all looked the same, except for maybe degrees of superiority, there's always some kind of superiority. And then they would do it, and they'd force you all to wear it, and they'd say, well, because the material is meant to keep you safe from scratches and so on, from outside things and objects, then it's going to cost you about $5,000 each, so you'd be forced to pay it. They would do that if they could get away with it. Yes, they would. You better believe they would. Look at all the gadgetry they've come out with recently, since the COVID idea. I saw something the other day, I think it was in China, where they had children sitting, again, with their mandatory 2 meters apart desks, and they had these plastic shrouds over. I don't know where the air came in from, but they had shrouds over them, you see, and utter farcical things like that. And one I saw was good a few months ago there. It was a guy who took it to the next level, and he got an air filter from a car's intake. And again, it's very good, actually. In reality, it'd be pretty good if you needed it, which you don't. It really is like a HEPA filter. It's so fine to keep all dirt particles out from the carburetor or the intake for the air for the fuel. And he had it on his head, and he had a good chromed top on it. I don't know if he screwed it onto his head or not, but anyway, he had these tubes coming out of it, one to his mouth and a mask, and another one for an expulsion valve to let the air out. So I guess he could patent that. Maybe some corporation is already doing it, and we all walk around like that for the rest of our lives, eh? Because that's what it's come down to, utter farce that we've never seen before. And I knew stuff was coming, because I given talks back in the 90s on incredible psychological studies that had already been done on us, and other authors long before even Quigley came out in the 50s and 60s on television, talking about the studies on the public that were pretty well perfected, and they knew that using techniques back then, they could really drastically and very quickly alter human behavior and make us do things that perhaps we oughtn't to do, or make us accept things that we shouldn't accept. That was way back then. But today, it's massive. I mean, your own tax money throws millions and billions across the world to these other think tanks and study groups and universities that all do these joint projects with those that eventually grab the patents, whatever they discover, and techniques. They have patents on techniques, by the way, for those who don't know it, on ways to manipulate you. And they do it, and it's very, very effective, incredibly effective. When you understand that most folk will take the path of least resistance at all times. Even though it's like one of those children's mazes you used to get with a little ball in it, and you go through the maze and you held it in your hand and you turn it left and right and up and down that to make the ball travel in the direction that you wanted it to go. But it was just like a little maze, and most folk will go along it and take the easiest route. Even though at the end, if you had a little hammer at the end, a little toy hammer would come along and just pop up through a spring and smash the ball, right? They would still go along that same path, left, right, until they get to the end, because it was easier to go that way. That's what people do. Even if you warn them, if they keep going the way they're going, they're done for. They'll still do it. I mentioned it before, there's a freezing of the mind comes into play. When real danger starts to seep into your mind that you might be done for. And with some folk it's paralytic. With a lot of folk actually it's paralytic. This cannot be happening in real life to me. We live in a civilized society, etc., etc., etc. And we know the Soviets killed millions of people. And the Bolsheviks, the slaughters was they still know that there's massive fields in different parts of the Soviet Union with layers and layers and layers of bodies that were mass executed. This was the People's Army that did it. The People's Army on behalf of the people. As they always take over the same authority. It's for the good of the people. So on behalf of the people, we will execute you. Because you are enemies of the state. You're enemies of the people. You're seeing it emerge today with the COVID thing. You must wear those. You're enemies of the people. You're dangerous to them. And that's a quick judgment, and some baton and crashes you in the skull, and that's it. That's where you are with this technique. And it doesn't really change too much on that level. But most folk will go quietly to the end without question. That's the sad part. I can't say enough about what happened with the Soviet system. And the Nazis used it again against people who, they saw as enemies of Germany or the people. And the film of folk literally running in, like one group after another. It's your turn now, and they'd run into this dug pit, and then they get shot. And down they went, the next group. And as folk watching it, they think when it comes our turn, it won't happen. That's what you think, you see. And the Soviets were masters. The Soviets actually sent out cards that were delivered to folks' homes by couriers when they came into a new territory and were taken over. The Bolsheviks, you see. And the Bolsheviks were ferocious. They hated everybody, except themselves. They sent out these little cards that were delivered, and when in Poland did the same thing too. And you get a little card, and it'll say you attend so-and-so house. It might be the mayor's house or something that was taken over as a headquarters. And you walk in there, you'd be led. You wouldn't see many folk. It was like crowds of people. And you would just go along a corridor, for instance, and the guy would point there, you point in this room, and then you go down the steps into the basement. As you were going through the basement, they shoot in the back of the head. And that was it. Very efficient. And they had pulleys in the whole bit. Would just drag the bodies up through the coal chutes, and then they would dump them into. There's even old film of this stuff, Very efficient it was. But every person, they think, well, if they're sent from me, they want to talk to me. That's the first thing because you will not think the worst, you see. They want to talk to me. And away you go. And you never get anybody to talk to. Because eventually you get shot in the back of the head as you've just passed out another door. That's what happens. But the same thing with these big pits that they dug in Katyn. There's another one too. Incredible horror story there as well. And another, like Bulgaria had it too, fantastic videos of survivors of some of these camps that had to work with the slaughtered bodies of their compatriots, and horrific things. This is what totalitarian society brings to you. What we're going into now, though, you see, is persuasive techniques. I mentioned before with that movie that, was it Saving Private Ryan, where Tom Hanks, I think, goes, he's in a war movie, but he's looking for his brother or something, but I can't remember the whole thing. But anyway, there's a scene where they actually come across, the American troops come across some Germans. One of them started firing at them, they catch them alive, they decide not to execute them. And he gives them some, again, a good psychopath too, he gives them some spiel, and then they kind of let him go. But down the road, they meet him in a town. He got into a town and met some other Germans, and they'd taken up positions to defend the place. And the Americans came in, and one of the Americans goes up a bell tower, I think it was. And at the very top of the bell tower, who's waiting there is the same German they'd let go before. He was a good talker, a good con man. And he's trying to press this blade, this knife into this American soldier. He's lying on top of the soldier. He said, just don't stop struggling. Don't struggle. He's not shouting at him. He's just speaking to him. I'll be all over very quickly, and all the problems will be gone, and it'll be quite peaceful. And, well, that's what you're getting right now, folks, with scientific persuasion. The same thing. Huh? Leave it to the experts. They know what's best for you. They got your best interests at heart, honestly. You know it, don't you? And they're well trained and they understand these things. They had articles, remember, in the paper recently, in newspapers. Don't even question things. Just leave everything. Don't think too deeply, but leave it to the experts. This was the headline. Well, here you are with it all, and your governments are all on board with it. Because are you surprised? Do you really think the politicians are ever real? Politicians are low-level psychopaths. They're quite happy to obey the masters and be given extra, whatever it is, cash, residencies, nicer residencies, and honours and stuff like that. They're very happy with that. Because our societies are incredibly corrupt, and they've been incredibly corrupt for an awful, awful long time. It's normal now. They're really badly corrupt too. So now, what you're living through now is a managed horror show, disguised with hygienic white face masks on people with white coats. You see, in hospitals and things like that. That's managed that way. The common enemy, again, the enemy of the people, is a COVID. Like a Koisa. Koisa's a COVID type as well. It's a cold, common cold, but this one's a SARS type, right? And most folk literally are already immune and don't even know they've had it, you see? And that's the way these things generally work. Never mind all the lying, I'll touch on that later, the lying statistics, etc., that are now being unearthed, admitted to it reluctantly and all. It makes no difference, though, because the agenda must continue. Because what you're living through today is the culmination of a plan that was set up years and years ago, so that those who already ruled the world, this is their revolution. This is the next part of their revolution, to bring it into the more controlled technocratic system, the efficient system that will suit their agenda for themselves at the top. That's what it's for. You realize, getting back to the matrix, where you're a battery, your energy is what it all runs on, is your energy. You're a slave, you see, for your energy. It's not far-fetched from where we are now, because the elite have decided that they're going to bring in the new system. You're not going to get asked if you like it or not. It's already here. They used 9/11 to take away all your rights, not just in the US, but across the planet. That's what there was a big warning that went off then. Alarms went off with 9/11. It wasn't just the fact that the towers inside the US came down. A whole different story regardless of what caused it or whatever. But the fact is, that's what happened. You saw, right? They're gone with folk in it. But why would the whole world go under a new type of anti-terrorism? The whole planet, pretty well. And immediately, all the predictions of the military-industrial complex from the 80s and 90s, I've got old articles going way back, in real copy, hard copy, right? Where they said, what will we do in a world of peace, The military-industrial complex, well, surveillance of the citizenry will be the whole new thing, security and surveillance and anti-terrorism. They knew about this a long, long time ago. And that's where it would go. Well, how would you change a society where you're not under constant monitoring by the elite that own you, as far as you're concerned? Well, you need something to happen, right? And of course, the PNAC group, the Project for New American Century, drew up a whole list of countries that wanted to take out enemy because they had a different agenda from average Americans. But they also wanted to introduce an anti-terrorism idea. They would start selling total security measures and surveillance on all citizenry in the US and outside the US as well. And Britain was in on the act too, naturally, London. I hate saying Britain because the British folk are as defenceless as the rest of us. The terms, remember, today are real corporate names. That's what these places, they're corporation names. And London has controlled what became Britain and the UK for an awful long time. And still does. But yeah, this is total surveillance of every citizen. And with COVID, oh my good, we'll go the next level now. All the talk and all the preparations to bring in the smart cities by the World Economic Forum, right? The WEF, and the World Trade Organization. All these organizations, it's already one club. It's one club, actually. And most of the members of one belong to the other as well. This is how it works, you see. Circles within circles, as Quigley talked about. Carl Quigley it was. And that's what you have, interconnecting circles. Just like the symbol, by the way, of the Olympics. That's what you're seeing there. See how they connect? And that's a symbol. The 5, of course, it's always the 5 points and so on, that interconnect that way. And that's how you do it. You need 5 of them for different parts of controlling society. That's what it stands for. And so they direct the future. They train the public to be terrified through terrorism, anti-terrorism, and now it's terrorism part 2 with COVID, you see. And then of the smart cities are going to be up and running very shortly. We didn't get to vote on any of that either, by the way. It was all set up again with the same characters with Facebook and participating, and Google, the massive Google intelligence network. Setting up a good part of it too, in alphabet agencies, etc., to bring in this wonderful system of total surveillance from birth to death, 24 hours a day on every individual, outside your home or inside your home. That's what's in the smart hubs and all the rest of it. And again, lockdowns. And if you're a bad boy or girl, you see, and you've been naughty. And you haven't taken your latest vaccination, which is a whole list of stuff they want to give you now. I'll touch on that later. And I touched on this back in the 90s. Again, to me, everything's like repetition. But yeah, they'll simply lock you down at home. They don't have to give you any excuse. Well, but it's been reported that you've been in the vicinity of a person who had a sniffle. And it's just like getting banned off the different social media. They don't have to give you any reason for it, you see. You're under these are totalitarian tyrannies. They make their institutions that belong to the elite, you see. They make them necessary to survive in today's economy, as an example. and everything. Like I said to talk years before I had a computer, I still was giving talks, on other folks' shows and so on. And I said, yeah, everything on the computer will be free, on your internet will be free for a long time. And to get you in on it, and there's lots of pornography, they kept telling you that in the newspapers to make sure everybody just dived into it. And folk did, And I says, it'll be free, and the YouTubes will be free, and everything's free. And then they start taking it all away from you. And once you're familiar with using it all, you'll go along with it anyway, and you might even pay to continue, because now it's part of your... You adapt very quickly into systems. They know this. And people literally... it's like political parties. If Dad and Grandpa was in the Labour Party in Britain, then often you'll be the same. Even if you're not even in the working class anymore. That's how it works. Folk don't change so quickly, unless it's done through terror and fear. You see, then they'll change very quickly indeed. They have to, because everything's been let loose with the terror, if you understand what I'm talking about. So you better get changed. That's how things really work. And most folk go along with it. It works on most folk very quickly. And getting back to the folk running into mass pits to be executed, you can actually see the old footage on this if you want to see it. Remember what Plato said. Don't ever think that somehow you're an advanced civilization. Don't ever think that. We're all the same people as we were thousands of years ago, regardless of the technology. We're the same people. We behave the same way to similar circumstances. Because really, there are not many ways you can react to things as a human. It's either happily, contentedly, quietly, but maybe with a bit of unpleasantness, or maybe with even anger. But it's always simple things you react with, you see, very predictable. And again, most folk will take the path of least resistance, especially now, when you have experts convincing you through we used to call it pattern merchants in Britain, a good pattern merchant, someone who could prattle off with a good spiel and convince you, a good salesman, the pattern merchants, to go this way anyway, you see, and especially if they've got a title now, this person is an expert in blah, 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 whatever it happened to be, and folk are trained that way, like Bertrand Russell said. I can't remember, it was the impact of science on society. But he did mention, I used to read it on the air, some of these books years ago. But he mentioned it, yeah. He said the people can be guided into anything. And the children especially, if you get them young, you can really use them, I've watched a lot of the symbols, for old occultic symbols being adapted and adopted for political purpose right up to the present time, by the way. It's interesting. Even Extinction Rebellion, folk don't even know where the symbol comes from. But it's right in front of their faces if they want to look at it. But yeah, folk will do what they're told, because you've got a global threat, you see. You've got an invisible enemy. It's right off a science fiction movie. And especially all the sci-fis that you've seen for years, the plague, the coming plague, and virus, and lockdowns, all these things they give you as horror movies. And here all is, You're all prepared for it. You've seen it in the movies. You've seen Dustin Hoffman dash about, like a madman trying to save you all in the movie. I can't remember the name of that one, but that was one of the big ones years ago. And here we are, and it's all been managed and worked out. When even, again, the Rockefeller Foundation came out with their big plans in 2010 and put it in there, the lockstep part of their plan. It was only part of it. But and of course, how technology in the future would influence us all and control us. Well, it's all here, folks. This is it. It's all here. This is the people who have brought the whole world to a standstill. Did it deliberately? Partly, they claim, I don't really believe it all, but this part, anyway, they claim that it's another reset, as I say, like the World Economic Forum, this is a reset, the global reset, like the last 2007, 2008 crash was a reset. This is the big one now for the whole planet. But not just for money, it's to be a whole new resetting of life existence, right down to they said in their own writings. because they have an intelligence department in the WEF. You can actually see it on their website. And when you go in there, you'll see it redefining what a human is right in there too, you see. Now, you thought you were into sci-fis. These are the guys who create it for real life, real science fiction. And believe you me, there's nothing they can't make happen if you go along with it. And by the other token, there's nothing they can get away with if you don't go along with it. I hope you understand that part. Do you really want to go into a brave new world where I mean, the West has already said, and Russell said it too, Bertrand Russell, that the sterilization technique was already working in the West way back in the 50s. And the biggest problem in the West now is, infertility. I used to give the talks on the sperm count plummeting in the Western male. And what got me onto it was, why the interest in universities? Certain universities were given, and it's mainly women, by the way, that were given these tests, to test young men's sperm counts in certain universities. But this, again, we're farmed. They have it's the same as our animal husbandry. You've got to know everything about the animals that you own. Any changes have to be completely noted. Well, that's us, folks. We're all humans. And they would go through all these different reasons for the sperm plummeting until literally, I think they had less than about a quarter of the mobile and motile functioning spermatozoa than males had back in the 1950s, they said. Plummeted. And we're not supposed to be worried about that, you see, because they don't tell you why. The reason why they don't say why it's getting caught is because they know what's causing it. It's intentional. You're starting to get the picture. If it wasn't intentional, they would be spending billions of bucks to find out what happened to their animals. So they know what happened to their animals, us, you see. Of course they do. That's the horror show you're living in. It's been going on your whole life long and you don't know it. And it's so true with the cancers that came out after the polio vaccine, with the Salk vaccine, simian 40 virus. It was included in it because they grew the cultures for the vaccines on kidney cells of monkeys. And they couldn't extract the viruses that were growing purposely on them and getting mixed with the viruses of the monkeys. So, and they put them in pretty well blenders at the end of it. If you can't figure that out, I mean, this is real high science, and that's how they end up with your different vaccines. But in amongst the vaccines, and they admit that, millions of folk got the simian 40 virus, and that was just one of many viruses. There are over 110 viruses they've named so far. It was pumped into humans, and the simian 40 is a carcinogen because it's cancer. That was science. Science did that. Science at the same time, we're here to help you. Same science, we're here to help you. It's sad, isn't it, that we're so trusting? And why shouldn't we be so trusting? You see, we normally have instincts that warn us about someone who wants to harm us. But once again, you've been trained and raised by, white-coated professionals. Mainly on TV and things like that, telling you how, and again, magazines, to push their objectives. It doesn't mean that doctors are bad, but doctors really are trying to do their best most of the time. Don't let them get hoodwinked as well. Other ones know darn well what's happening with the vaccinations, as an example. They know. Sure they do. And that's a whole field in itself. But a lot of doctors really are under their own tyranny of being licensed by big authorities that then can withdraw their licenses if they don't go along with things. It's already happened under the COVID, folk who won't go along with it. So, Yeah, you live under tyrannies. And when the tyranny can't get its way, you end up with what's going to happen everywhere. You're seeing it in Australia right now. They had a protest. I'll put the link up, by the way. It's quite, I hate to say funny, but it's very obvious what's going on. The Daily Mail has an article talking about, thousands of protesters turned up in like a riot type scenario in Melbourne. But in reality, very few protesters are to be seen anywhere in their You'll see hundreds and hundreds of fully equipped cops in military gear. And only a handful of protesters in any particular photograph. And the folk who were trying to get to the demonstration, the anti-mask thing, that's what it was about, anti-lockdown, couldn't even get in. They were getting turned away. And really, they got checkpoints in Australia like you wouldn't believe. Yeah. So the deception in the headlines, how ashamed they should be at the Daily Mail. But again, newspapers have been conning us for years that they're not there to help us, folks. But any true journalist should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves if they were not psychopathic. They're getting well paid to write these lies up. I think McPhee, or it was a woman called McPhee was the name on it. How disgusting to put the stories with the obvious photographs of some. It was a reverse. You saw an army of cops there, protesters, a handful of protesters. That's what it should have been called. Army of cops protesting a few protesters. But that's how they be managing our whole lives about chronologies. I say chronology is the art of persuasion for ill-gotten reasons and gains and things like that. As liars, it's the art of the psychopath. It's the art of politics. It's the art of coercion and manipulation. You see, chronology. And as I've said before, you must participate in your own deception. That's a good con. It's like the movie The Sting and other movies I've made about things like that. You must participate in the con. Generally, you think that someone's, again, going to give you something for nothing. That's a typical type con. And all you have to do, look at all the ones on the internet, Prince Abdul blah, blah, blah has left you money. All you have to do is give us your bank account number and we'll put it in for you. The simple type, you must really participate in a con like that, right? And it does happen all the time. You also have cons of folk who go around doors. They can be dressed in either as working men, like tradesmen, or in business suits. And every year they go around old folks' homes and say, we'll do a free inspection of your home, get it winterproof and stuff. And they rip off the folk like you wouldn't believe. It happens. That's what criminology is full of. They either go into things like that or politics. And because they're good persuaders. And you might even like the psychopaths. You probably will, actually. They're often very pleasant. And part of the psychopathic technique is to make you comfortable, and they could just reel off one joke after another, and you'll wow, ha ha ha, and the next thing you know, you go to bed and find out that there's no bed, there's no furniture, there's nothing left at all, and you've been had, Yeah. And then you have creative psychopaths. They tend to go into creative arts and so on. A lot of them are just pure con anyway. I mean, putting a fetus in a jar of urine with a crucifix and put it into an art gallery, that's a psychopath right there. But who obviously has a lot of hatred in them as well, and who also wants to destroy the culture that he's making accept and pay for all this nonsense. You see. But you get a few psychopathic types that can support themselves and sell whatever they're selling under the guise of art as well. That can happen. But when you read their histories, people in the past, they tend to be very, not just eccentric, but volatile at times as well. Things like that, very volatile. So anyway, persuasion. Huh? Persuade. Can I persuade you? That's what they'll tell you. How to persuade you. Or they'll say, see it my way. If they can't get that, they turn the cops loose on you. Because they coerce you. Again, they give you a choice of doing what they want, going quietly, or even admitting to something you haven't done, or having your head bashed in, and put behind bars. People have got mixed feelings, as an example, of Julian Assange. I've heard folk that I know who really don't like him. I don't know him to like or dislike. But I do know that he was set up for the present charges. And I do know that there was just a little window during his reign to let information out to the public, really badly needed information on what your own forces are doing across the world. And how young guys in charge of multi-million-dollar, equipment organizations and so on, like they can and drones, they can sit hovering in the sky. You won't even see it with the naked eye. Or they've got these helicopters, and you saw them gunning down reporters over in Iraq, I think it was. And that's what really pissed off the Pentagon. When you hear the chatter of these young guys, yeah, let them have it, and unarmed reporters, and laughing and giggling about it. Now, when you're hearing troops giggle about things like that, this isn't a hand-to-hand combat here, This is worse than a sniper. Snipers generally are not liked at all. If they're found, they're killed. You don't take them prisoners in any side of any army because even regardless of the era. And today we don't have many morals left if it comes to slaughtering folk. But in fact, we've risen a generation, maybe the second actually, on video games. So that they can just go right into the military. And I said this back in the 90s. I said even before that, I says they're raising a generation. Never mind the generation too of communists that they would eventually turn loose from the universities. That's been done now, of course, as you well know. And revolutionaries and nihilists and the atheists, the old standard technique. But also a generation of young folk who would drift right into the military. From Xbox to military, as I said. They've had articles about it, all on purpose, for all the wars that they had planned back in the late 80s. The coming wars. It's all been done. Worked awfully well. Xbox to the military. But again, what I'm getting at here, there's a whole bunch of points I'm getting at, I suppose. We've always been manipulated. You're living through a big business plan where whatever the elite want, and it's not the King and Queen of England, but it's not characters like that. It's a way above them, The folk above it certainly they've got the brains. But Prince Charles, he didn't even get through Gordonston. He had to leave and go to, I think it was Dollar Academy, He could even hack the people. The guys there were tough, And it's like rugby on and off the field. It made no difference. That's how. And if you can't stand up for yourself, you're done for. And he could even hack that. But he didn't have intelligence either. So it's not Prince Charles. He was the prince, they said, that back in the 80s and 90s, the prince without a cause. He had no purpose, you see. So they eventually gave him a purpose at the public-private partnership deal, made a mouthpiece for that. But he is dedicated to one thing, and that's his dad's depopulation agenda. Because Prince Philip is up there in that realm. He's always been up there about too many people. And he's given lots of speeches about culling folk just like you cull animals. And he uses that word, by the way, in his global speeches for the Sierra Club and the different clubs that he belongs to, which are all the same about depopulation. And that's always been at foremost of an elite's agenda, is depopulating unwanted people. The useless eaters, as Lord Bertrand Russell called us all, basically. If you weren't essential to the system, then they shouldn't live. And again, that's also socialism for those for the poor working classes who have never figured out. Because you're presented with your leaders, eh? Oh, don't worry about it. They got the Fabian Society and the Socialist and the Labour Party. They're there to stand up for you. Go into the real science behind it, eh? Remember, communism had 3 levels that they admitted to. The one for the world, and for the new members coming in. One for the managers on the mid-level, and another system altogether that they would bring them into and tell them what the real purpose was. It was a graded system of understanding. And that's what the Labour Party is too, in Britain. The Labour Party is international. Why would you vote for a national party that's international and wants to enter and do away with your borders? Well, it's kind of pointless voting for them, isn't it? And then they'll appoint folk into positions, nothing to do with their abilities, as we all know today. But when you went to the Fabian Society and you find George Bernard Shaw, he was quite open. He opened his mouth a bit too wide, actually, on film, old film, and you can hear him talking about it. He says, the working class thinks that we're here for this, that, and the other, and blah, blah. He says, when we are in power, he says, you will have to come to us and ask us why we should keep you alive. Huh? You see, your purpose is to serve them. The cause. The Soviet Union was the same. You're a cog in the machine. You had no personality anymore. You were not a person anymore. You were part of the masses, and your purpose was to serve the system. Again, scientific socialism, technocracy, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum, it's all the same system, folks. Don't get misled. When you see something that walks and quacks like a duck, believe you me, it's a duck, You see, the animal kingdom can't help but be what it is. They can't pretend they're something else like humans do. Some humans do. So it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, believe you me, it's a duck. Yep. So don't get confused. Oh, that's the same that's a different, because it's got a different name in their title and a different. They've got but in it in the middle of it, or and, instead of the straightforward thing, from the Workers' Paradise Coalition to the Coalition of the Workers' Paradise. That's a different one altogether. Don't get mixed up with terminology. Streams, they used to call it streams as well, when all the different streams would go along different directions. So you start off a stream for the suffragettes, you see. And the suffragettes, initially, even though you have tremendous propaganda about them, they were generally well-to-do women from families who had come into the countries like Britain or London. And many of them, actually, they're well recorded who they were. They were wealthy, and they were part of the World Revolutionary Movement. Some of them blew up things in London, and they did take off to live in the early Soviet Union with the Bolsheviks. If you didn't know that, it's a fact. Look it up and read the books on it. So that was one stream, one for the women. Let's separate the women from the men. Again, George Bernard Shaw said that the working man will come to us because we're promising him better working conditions, fewer hours. Because in those days, believe you me, they did work sometimes 16 hours a day in the early days. But better working conditions, because their life expectancy wasn't that great back then. And as a working class person, male or female. And we'll also try to get more money for them and things like that. So they'll come for us because we're promising the things that they know they need is very basic, you see. But he says, when they'll come to it, it says the working man will come to us thinking, well, now he'll have some protection perhaps, and he'll have a better work, and he can keep his wife and maybe his family in a better circumstance with a bit more money to feed them, just for basic stuff like feeding. That was awfully important, no doubt about it. But he says, but the working man doesn't realize that's not what we're here for. He says, we don't want him to have a wife. We want the women to be out working the workforce too. That would double the tax base as well, folks, you see. And it would also bring down the population if they weren't breeding with each other. Everything as a stream, one for each part of society. Get a stream going, and down the road, when we've changed everything, all these streams will come together in the big river, you see. The big river. Yeah. It can take 100 years, but we're here, folks. They've altered everything. They've altered the relationship between men and women. They've altered the meanings of families. They've altered the rights of the child now. You got rights to the child through the United Nations, meaning the parent doesn't have any over the child, generally. And the state now gives the child their culture, and their beliefs and so on, as opposed to the parent. That's what Bertrand Russell said their goals was back in the 40s. And so they've achieved their goals. So all these different streams of the different parts of society, they try to keep apart, alter. You bring them all together in the big river down the road, and we are here, absolutely. All done by scientific type systems of sociology, even anthropology. You need anthropologists to understand the different ethnic groups even within one nation, how to alter them slightly here and there, even for religious groups and so on, and how to eventually you can erode their beliefs or their behavior or what they stand for, and again merge them into the big river down the road. It's all been done. And so the next step is to have us all going into the big sluice gate, where they filter off the ones that they want to keep for a little while longer and the ones that they don't want to. And I really mean this because Brave New World is part of the system that they want to work towards, or they are working towards. The intelligence system part of the World Trade Organization and the World Economic Forum, as I say, has a whole section on reimagining. When you hear this term now, Bill Gates came out with it, reimagining education. Well, who gave him the authority? The guy's not an inventor of anything. He's a businessman who works for a very elite body of eugenicists. And the right to rule us all, you see, using technology and other means as well. But he said, let's reimagine education. He was also involved heavily in the drafting up of the curriculums that be used for Common Core in the US education. But you can imagine a world of lockdown where his systems are going to be taught to every child to standardize all their thoughts, their opinions and everything. Whoa, there's power for you, from a monster like him. A man who can't keep his mouth shut at times about helping folk as he helps to populate the world. Would you trust a guy like that who's a eugenicist? Who believes in superior types and inferior types with a real staunch conviction of the religion of a eugenicist? A humanist. We're humanists, you see. We don't have qualms about moralities. We get things done. No qualms, you see. We're efficient. So Bill Gates, reimagining society, reimagining education, reimagining policing, reimagining security, reimagining healthcare, reimagining the family, reimagining communities for the smart cities, etc. It's all reimagining. All came from the same group at the top, the World Economic Forum. Well, do you get a say in anything? Do you have a vote in anything at all? Of course you don't. No point in voting for politicians because they're all paid off and bought off by the folk who already run the world. Haven't you figured that out? I have to chuckle at times just looking at the massive, massive avalanche of, like, cure yourself of everything. all life's ills, mainly emotional ills and circumstance ills and so on. All the self-improvement books and endless. Back again in the 80s, I could see it happening in libraries where you used to have shelves and shelves of really good books on histories and you would have philosophers. Philosophers too, I never really get too strung on. I don't need a philosopher to give me my meaning of life, I think you can work it out for yourselves. And schools of philosophy are often used by the elite at the top already. They still get folk in university and try to drag them into their particular, again, stream. I get a stream for different types of people and get them into a Hegelian stream or wherever it happens to be. And then have them merge down the road after they've served their purpose. Because most philosophies are meant to be a way of living to be used by people who gave it to you to suit their purposes, really. Or to justify what they already do. And they tend to be awfully elitist as well. And many of them were meant to destroy existing religions, you see. And before you start poo-pooing all existing religions, most existing religions, what was left of them, didn't force you to accept what we're preaching. It was to give you a basic. You all grew up in the leftover, the residue of cultures have been heavily attacked and destroyed by those who are bringing in the humanistic technique, you see, of technocracy and so on. And religions served its purpose, they claim, It was a big battle to get you to give up rights and freedoms, especially to think or to even pray or whatever it is you're really into. And just obey the experts, the real religion, you see, that's replacing it all. And that was always the purpose of many of the philosophers. Nietzsche kind of said it too, Like God is dead. And it says, well, God, meaning they were all, and again, in Germany, the big push back then, Germany was the first country to elevate philosophy above their old religions. Didn't work with everybody, but once you start doing that, then you end up into horror shows rather quickly, you see. Because, as I said, well, God is dead. And when you realize that God is dead, then all the things that were unthinkable and undoable that you wouldn't do before now are completely attainable. You could do it all. If you know guilt and there's no repercussions against doing things that before would send you to hell or whatever. There's no hell, then you can do what you want. Well, you take it from there, folks, then you add on to it science. Well, let's get rid of the elderly, the sick, the infirm. Yeah, boom, no problem. Let's just kill off whole sections of society. Boom. You see, all the things that were prohibited and unthinkable become not only thinkable, but attainable and doable. And that's where you are today. So if you've tossed all the old values out the window, you're going to regret it. Because you should still have that affinity for something bigger than science. Science is a horror show. That's what Bertrand Russell said. He believed in science. He says there will be a tyranny. He says, and I hope. He says, if there's to be a tyranny, he says, I hope, and he fervently hoped, there would be a scientific tyranny. It'll be a horror show, absolutely. Do you realize, you have to think about things that you just don't like. And it really started, I'd say, in the UK, in parts of Europe in the 1950s or 60s probably. Long before, and by using different techniques, but definitely it was launched with the whole force of cultural organization. And by that I mean, it's like fashion, music, everything. Pushing for a sexual, and remember the word, revolution. Don't ever dismiss it as something pithy, because it didn't really entail bloodshed as such. It did entail bloodshed, it was a different way of doing it. And so you had the fashion, you had this managed explosion. They called it the British explosion, okay? And in the US, that's what they called it. And so you had a sexual revolution. They began to sexify the males for the first time, for a long, long time actually, before they had that in maybe the 1700s with the silk stockings and the wigs and all that kind of stuff. But really sexifying the male. And you had Elvis Presley, they called him Elvis the Pelvis, of course they did, that was a nickname. And he would gyrate on the stage like some kind of guys that we strippers do, probably today. And that was the introduction of the sexification of the male, you see. And we all know through music, and that was the sexual revolution, you know, push, 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 and the miniskirt came on. They'd already revamped what they tried in the 1920s and failed with the booze cans and Prohibition. They made the booze cans sexy. They had the jazz on the go. They had the dances like the Charleston and different ones with a miniskirt. They tried all that stuff, but they didn't have the antibiotics for venereal disease, and they didn't have. And venereal disease, when it's untreated, believe you me, it ends up being a disaster on the victim, absolute hell on the victims, and offspring, by the way, if it's syphilis. But they did all that, and then they went back to the drawing board for a while. Because they had unwanted children all over the place. You see, they didn't have the abortion racket on the go. They had back street abortions and so on. So you always have fallout as you're changing things. And you've got to find ways of dealing with it. So they really put stacks of money into research and development to do with hormones. And part of it along the way was the birth control pill. So they launched it again, along with the miniskirt once more at the same time. And the sexual revolution. Bingo, you see. They didn't have the same, and you already had antibiotics, you see, in the 50s and 60s. And so you end up with then the destruction of the family unit, which again is the same part of the Communist Manifesto, which is the same part of the Socialist Manifesto, which is the same as the elites' Royal Institute for International Affairs Manifesto, destruction of the family unit, you know. And of course, academia at the top. And so, always the same agenda. And look at it today. Look at the things that we're talking about today, where we feel embarrassed at times. When abortion became a business, a legalized business, in the States especially, they were finding the big. You got to look at the history of this, and we're so hypocritical, especially with ourselves. We can't look at ourselves at times. We don't want to look at the bad things, but we're all part of it in society by accepting things that we shouldn't. Like Aldous Huxley, how we could be trained to accept things that perhaps we shouldn't. They're not in our best interests at all. And the dumpster is full of body parts for children and babies, And that's what they found. That they were getting left out and going high in the summers. Early days, folks. Now body parts, and that's they put down as children or fetuses or babies. It's called human biological waste, the bio waste, and we accept that as normal. There was nothing wrong physically with them. They were just inconvenient. Because everyone's damaged with the sexual revolution that continued to the present day. It's worse now. Most folk really probably won't get married now, so they don't have much to worry about now. The youngsters that you're seeing riot in the streets probably will never have children, probably will never mate for any length of time either with any one person. It's been very successful, and they don't know that it was all part of a war on them. They don't know. You can get the victim demanding more of it, in fact, because they think it's their rights. They don't realize, no, you've come to this stage by people you've never met or even knew existed that planned your reality and your thoughts and gave you your opinions and so on. So we're all complicit in things in so many ways, and most folk don't really get it. And the old Hebrew religion, they believed that the collective, the people themselves, would have collective punishments when laws were broken, when real primal laws were broken. And it's very true, I think, because we do, whether we like it or not. Because there's certain things which are just plain, I think, wrong. Even though we can commit them ourselves because we've been trained to or encouraged or whatever. But regardless, you have collective punishments come down because you're breaking basic laws of nature. And people say, well, what can we do about it? I mean, what can we do if there's too many people? Well, what countries have got too many people? Because the ones in the West, their own domestic populations have been plummeting, and they claim at the Department of Statistics, every country in Europe's got its own Department of Statistics. And that's what they claim. I used to read the statistics off years ago, as they kept hammering us being too many of you. And wait a minute, you keep telling us we're even below replacement levels. Aren't we good for being below replacement levels? Is it what you want? Oh no, we'll have to bring in replacements now from all over the planet. It's a different agenda on the go here, folks, isn't there? Because you can't please them. And that's what you're living under. You've been under a global agenda for your whole life long. You didn't know it. Before I go on, I've got to keep remembering, too, you can help me out by going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com and getting the books and discs there, and you get your eyes opened. It's a long archive. I'd be surprised how many folk at the top, not the very to that top, but the folk you know on radio or whatever, use it all the time. Because it covers a long span of life and history and facts as well, of this system of chronology that we're living through. So you're going to help me take along too with all my sites I got there at cuttingthroughthematrix.com by donating to me or buying the books and discs. But donations, remember, you can send even plain cash or checks. Or you can, I think MoneyGram is okay too in some countries. In some countries you can still get international postal money orders sent. I think in the States they can't do that anymore for some reason. But you can send cash from the States if you got a problem. And believe me, the post is probably the most efficient you can get. Just basic post, unregistered. If you registered anything, you're guaranteed to have it open, folks. Just don't register the stuff and things get through okay. So as I say, you help me take along. And I don't write not these days anyway, write massive tomes, of histories. It's all been done before. You have to start thinking for yourself. It's almost like the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, where what it means, the Rubaiyat too, is almost like reading between lines. Words should and sentences conjure up images that then come between lines. They form their own invisible lines between the lines to give you this overview of what you're reading as you're reading it. It gives you an inner meaning to it. And it's very important. So this was a standard art at one time. Because a lot of how your mind really is meant to work is with intuition. And intuition has clues. It's like prompting. You get prompting from things you see, hear, or even listen to people chat about certain things. You get little insights and prompts, and these are meant to work with your intuition, and suddenly things just fall into place, as opposed to a standard education or an indoctrination into one particular area of things. You'll find that there are other ways of learning which are natural, and they've always been here, always existed. And some of the greatest thinkers down through time allowed their minds to work for themselves by using the intuition that comes with observance and thought itself. You can't really do it when you're really in a thick, densely populated city. Not so easily. You definitely need peace and quiet at times to ruminate. It's a good word, to ruminate, about things. Because you might not think you're really learning or discovering something at that time, but what you can think in one particular evening will come back again later once it's been thought. This is the whole thing. It will come back again later and be part of something bigger. All things fall into place like a jigsaw puzzle, and it's a very important way of seeing and doing. Because you are, believe you me, you're just, put it this way, you're just as important, eh? Meaning you're probably more important, but you're at least just as important as any specialist that's out there telling you how to behave and what to do or at this present time. Of course you are. Of course you are. A famous person once said, he said, even the top, genius with all the letters behind their names from universities and awards and titles still has to drop their pants and go to the toilet the same way as you do. You know? In other words, folk are dressed up in fancy titles and fancy this and fancy that. But they really have no other right to rule you and tell you what to do or how to behave or what to think than anybody else, you see. This is your journey through the walk on the world here on top of the planet. It's yours, not theirs. You know. Let's leave them with theirs, but they won't leave you alone with yours, will they? And then you also have the mentality of the crowd. The crowd, again, in its roughest sense, wants conformity, especially when they're afraid. Conformity. So again, you get people who like crowds. They like to be part of the group, the crowd, and they'll turn on folk very quickly if they're not part of it. You see it with these riots in the States. Oh, sorry, protests in the States, and the shopping sprees too, where you see them looking for trouble in the streets, and it's like swarming. That's what it's called, actually, is swarming. Where one person will pick on somebody that's, or even if they've got the wrong kind of hat on, right? You saw that recently, one guy getting shot or assassinated or murdered in the street because he wasn't part of them. You see the crowd, especially the fanatical crowd of today, of the nihilists and the atheists that they said they would unleash many years ago. This is what they always say. The World Revolutionary Party, the guys who wrote about it, talked about releasing the nihilists and the atheists, and they don't believe in democracy. They'll just kill you if you have a different opinion. And if you wear a T-shirt with the wrong slogan on it, that could be enough, or a hat, to have you murdered. You see, and they'll justify what they're doing because they're not democratic. You always understand that this is what you're seeing here. This is not democracy or republic either. Nowhere in their public to say they would slaughter folk who didn't agree with them for having an opinion. You're looking at a different system, which is the old Soviet-type system, or Bolshevik, really, with the same groups being fostered, trained, and let loose on the public before the big one takes over for them. And they will be used against everybody else as we go through the big change until they have the big change completed, which is the smart city setup. You have no idea of all. You think there's millions of cameras up right now. You have no idea of what they've already published about what they're going to put in here and are putting in. And they're going to use all this as an excuse in a post-police world with all the robots and that. They've got them all ready to go, folks. And with the incredible surveillance that they've got on the lampposts and all over the place right now. Never mind your cell phones all tracking you where you're going, all that. They know who's killing who, who's doing what. You can see these little clips on YouTube from a very good video from some of these stationary observations, CCTV cameras and on lampposts and so. And you see these guys just walking up to people in New York City right now and just shooting them at night, dead. Or driving up on motorbikes and doing the same thing again, just for the who knows, the fun of it, I guess, for them. Because it's a lawless society now they're bringing on. Yeah? So the more that this can be foisted upon the public till you're all terrified, the more again you're going to accept, well now we're going to put in this robot in this little area here. It's all been, you should see some of these gadgets. Like these are like little tanks, maybe 6 feet long, with rotating turrets and all kinds of not just tasers, but machine guns, God knows what else there on them as well. They literally can, all the 6 wheels can turn in any direction. And it can spin on the spot if it wants to, but never lose track of who's in its gun size. They've got all these things ready for the streets. They've been working on them for years, for now. How do you get them on the streets? Well, you start defunding the police. It's wonderful, isn't it, really, how they always get what they want by creating the circumstances to get the public. That's enough. We don't want the cops anymore, you see. Well, it just so happens we got all these things to take their place then, you see, and there you go. But the video quality of these cameras on the lamppost, they're also got audio. Every little bit of chat of everybody standing beneath it is all listened to, put in a massive database across the nations, folks. This isn't freedom. This is not freedom at all. You're owned. You have less freedom than the cattle in a field. At least they can wander about in the field and no one's staring at them all the time. You're being redefined all the time. They're redefining humanity at the World Economic Forum and redefining the human, the individual. It's tragic that school is where it all starts, isn't it? You indoctrinate them early at school. Very cleverly too. It's like imprinting. The techniques that are used isn't the persuasion of a curriculum, a good teacher who understands the system and how to teach. It's toolkits designed for every age group. They know exactly how you'll think at the age of 5 or 6 on certain topics, or 6 and 7 and 7 and 8 and so on. And it's so specifically well designed. They know, for instance, who's going to laugh and tee, he and titter with certain topics at certain ages as an example, and who will object to them and what gender at a certain age is an example, and how they overcome that so smoothly today that even the few who won't go along with something can be coerced into going along and then imprinted with the basic idea of the new thought, the new thinking, the new way of viewing a particular area or topic or whatever it happens to be. And it's with them for life. And as they grow up, they don't realize that even entertainment is barraging them with the updates on their initial indoctrination in different areas constantly. Look into the Department of Cultures in your own country or your state or your province or wherever it is you live in, and you'll see the tax money going into departments of culture. And go in and look in to see where the money, they also dish out funding to different authors, as an example, of children's books and children's movies and children's TV shows. And they've got laid out toolkits on what to implant in your shows, or even puppet shows. Get the ideas across for sustainability. So young children think, my God, the world's coming to an end and I'm only 5. And it's all my parents' fault. They're bad people. Well, if a child at 5 is getting taught that, what do you think they'll be like when they're 15 or 20? They'll be on the streets like they are now, eh? It's all by design. It's not accidental. And some of them have even come out. I mentioned it recently. I put a link up to one of them, and in one of these groups, Extinction Rebellion, who's part of the propaganda, and saying he's ashamed now that he was taught and he was teaching folk to be terrified that the world's coming to an end. Young children, he says, we're telling them they have nightmares now. They'll never be normal. Your education is indoctrination for big agendas which you're unaware of. Absolutely. And you certainly don't want to end up being part of the swarm on the street. You pick on the weakest person, an old person or something. Somebody jumps on them, and then you'll see them swarming like a hive, woof, kicking in the boots and the whole thing. Very, very brave people. That's what the crowd does. The crowd is not something. There's no sanity. It's a primal, primitive thing that takes over in the crowd. I mentioned it too in last week's. Well, I was on. With Neil last Wednesday, I think it was, from the Irish Sentinel. And they got hacked big time. And the streaming got cut short because it didn't stream at all, in fact. And luckily I managed to record at my end and eventually put it up. It took a lot of work because I used an old system I hadn't used for a few years to do the recording, so it wasn't the cleanest. But yeah, I've had the same problem with my computer systems too. If you speak out about what's happening today, you're hammered. Even my internet provider hammers me and throttles me and chokes me off absolutely until literally when you're at stalling speed, when your internet should cut out altogether, it crawls. It's worse actually at times than dial-up. And when you phone, there's no point phoning them up. They'll give you the runaround, but they're being told to do it. Of course they are, you know. You don't speak, you can't speak your mind up to date. There's no freedom of speech. You're under a totalitarian system. And if you look at even the Event 201, they came out with the warm-up, and the one even 2 years before it, they had two, the warm-up to the present so-called pandemic, with the same players that were attended at the Johns Hopkins rehearsal, you might say, dress rehearsal. They said they would attack folk eventually that wouldn't shut up and were trying to say something else to the general public. They went through the scenarios of even having false news out there 2 years before it happened. All prepared for it. Here's how we treat them all. And then they'll block off your money, your income. Then they'll block off your ability to talk to the public, silence you. And you've seen it all happen to lots of people. I get the same kind. I've had the same thing here for years before the pandemic, but that's what happens. You don't live in a free society at all, you know. You'll be left alone if you're just watching pornography and stuff that they want you to watch and do things what they want you to do. Come on, no problem. You're safe then. I can remember, again, years ago, an old preacher in the States, and he used to come out. He's got a character, you know, very few characters amongst them. They're all rather like peas in a pod, but he was a real character. And he said, you know, he says, Satan will leave you alone. He says, if you're just one in the crowd and doing, you know, like everybody else. He says, only when you start to say there's something really evil with the system that you'll start to get problems. That's pretty well how it is, isn't it? You're left alone if you're one of his own, as they say. But if you're trying to break away, then now you're a target because you're beginning to see, you know. You're beginning to see. As I said before too, that, and I mentioned it last Wednesday doing that talk, that eventually I put it myself for the Irish Sentinel. But the absolute comparison of a psychopath with demonology. And I have no problems talking about demonology. I don't care who poo-poos it. It's like everything else. You can poo-poo everything unless you maybe experienced it at kind of close range at times. So who cares who poo-poos it and wants it really scientific? Look at the incredible deception you're under right now with science. You're going to parrot that all day long, eh? Well, they said that COVID's real and we're all going to die if we don't take a shot, you know? and you watch cops beating up folk and strangling folk because they won't put a mask on. And I'll put some of these clips up too at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Quite a few little clips. I don't use YouTube too much. I can't get any speed because I'm getting so heavily choked, but I get little bits sent to me and so on. So I'll put them up. And even one from a doctor, another doctor woman who's pretty good. She's straightforward in what she's talking about. I think her name is Majez, but I'll put her up, one up as well. But I have no problem talking about demonology. And I mentioned that Malachi Martin was one example. And it's so paradoxical, really, isn't it? How at one point he definitely was paid, and he was paid by a group inside the US to really build up ammunition for an enemy of Vatican II who wanted to use it for their own agenda. And he was in the payroll, and he wrote something about, under different names, Brother Seraphim, he published a book, and hit his own church, and it was used against the church, and the church never recovered. I don't see the church was ever perfect. The church, like every system, became corrupt long ago. Doesn't mean it all became corrupt. But we know for even during the communist years in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, during the American Un-American Activities Commissions that they had, they found a woman. I remember talking about her years ago, and she admitted that her job as a communist organizer was also a selector. She selected people for different projects inside America. They put them into politics, naturally, but they also had other ones to go into the priesthood. And she was picking particular ones that had certain persuasions to go into the priesthood. And that did come out, by the way. This is not happenstance or hearsay. This is you can actually look it up and read the inquiries about it at the time. And she put hundreds of people into the priesthood. They shouldn't have been there. They end up having their cabals. They're still affecting the reputation of the Catholic Church to this day. They're really, But again, Malachi Martin, as I say, he also talked about the CIA. You can see an old documentary by when he was on as a guest, being interviewed by William Buckley Jr. Now, William Buckley Jr. was admitted after he died that he was also in the CIA, like many folk in the media. But in the actual interview, Malachi Martin talked about the CIA being awfully... He talked about the same thing when he was on the Art Bell show, that the CIA used lots of priests as intelligence sources because they were across the whole planet into countries that were also communist and enemies and so on. So I'm pretty sure Malachi Martin was well involved in that too. So he's a guy who eventually, as a Jesuit, ends up doing what many Jesuits have done, which was damage the church. And in one big way, ends up writing books about possession and demons and demonology. Awfully good book to read, by the way. Even if it's just psychology they're into, you can certainly get a lot from it. But you can get Hostage to the Devil. Awfully good, graphic observations, interpretations of mental states at the very, very least, right, and behavior, which can all, of course, psychiatrists have put it down as mental illness to the bitter end. It wouldn't make it matter what happened. It'd be the bitter end. It'd be mental illness of some kind or another. And but you the other side of it too is a derangement by other forces. But when you put them down side by side, the possession, like perfect possession, is one category of possession, which is where a person is completely at home with the spirit or entity that's is in them. They're content, and they can work well together. The problems in standard classical demonology is where a person is still fighting and not completely taken over by the entity that's in them. And there's a bit of resistance still there. Their indefinite anxiety all the time, maybe erratic behavior of all kinds, in the process too, often similar to say, the old bipolar or manic depressive disorders as well. That's very similar. Sometimes, but odd behaviors always, you see. But when a person has deliberately taken an entity on board and sought it out, it's a different kettle of fish. And when you have an elite, not all of them, I mean, who knows, but if you have an elite group that literally, maybe intergenerationally, have taken these things on board, definitely they put out suggestions that some of the organizations they're into through the last century and a half, in occultic sort of sense with it, or even in the last couple of hundred years, in fact, or more. Some branches, especially French Freemasonry, they had some branches within there, and in London, of course, with the Hellfire Club. You definitely had this idea of eugenics, number one, of selective breeding, special breeding, mating for different purposes than just being horny, put it that way. But to actually create a type of a child. You find it going way, way back even to John Dee and the magical child that was eventually repeated all the way up to Crowley. So you're looking at something a bit different from that, from the usual horror movie interpretation of it. So eugenics is definitely involved in it to an extent. When the Hellfire Club, like some of the top Masonic groups in Britain, had brothels attached to them. Not any old brothel. It was just for certain members. And some of them were selected because, and they're called dollies. The dolly is a carrier. A dolly, just like anything that you push to carry luggage on, it's a carrier. They carried the genes, particular genes of higher families and so on. And part of the upper admission into some of the, and I'm not making this stuff up, this is from their old books and so on, was that you would be given permission to mate with a particular one until she was pregnant, and then she would have an offspring, you see. And from one of these dollies, the carriers of the right kind of genes, you know. And I could go on about that because it's an interesting field of eugenics. And we also know, too, that Charles Darwin was the offspring between the Darwin family and the Wedgwood family, because they've been doing it already for a few generations, and after him, too, still doing it. Just intermarrying with the same one family for special genetic breeding of what they claim was the better traits, make them special. That continued right up into the 20th century, and I'm sure it still happens today with certain groups of them. And that's documented. It's not conspiracy at all. It's just documented history. And when his wife died, I think he married, it was his mother's sister or something. It was something, it was really real in breeding for sure. And it's often thought that's part of the problem with the Darwins, because they ended up having tremendous headaches as it was hereditary. And then when they cross-matched into the Huxley family as well later on, which they did, and intermarry eventually that way, a lot of them had tremendous headaches, and they were bedridden with them, and depressions, you know. So these were hereditary traits that would be passed on, you see, more so within breeding. So you have that. But now, supposing you go another level, though, where you want to bring in the spirit, just like the ancient Egyptians talked about too, the opening of the mouth ceremony and so on, where they believed that it was a strange way of looking at things. It wasn't just reincarnation. It was transmigration of souls, where if a father died, the pharaoh, and the son was nowhere near, he was off in a different province, maybe examining the province or something like that, on some business, then they couldn't just have, there had to be a proximity factor to transfer the spirit to the pharaoh. One of the parts, they had about a 5-part soul, you see. One of the main parts, to put it into the sun. And so it would go through a ceremony, an elaborate ceremony, where they would say that they could store it in the mouth, you see, the opening the mouth ceremony, in a statue, and then do the same thing, and then transfer it to the son when he got home. Like a safe, put in a safe for a little while. And they did very elaborate ceremonies about all these kind of, it was very important to them anyway, because they had so many different parts of spirit and soul in Egypt. But that became kind of this idea really fascinated people in the 1800s, and they got into it, some of the different occultic groups. And we know too that Yeats and different people were heavily involved in the occults in their time as well. And much of the poetry, in fact, was put out was actually ceremonies, for those who don't know it. You know, it's quite interesting when you can actually understand what they're about. But anyway, the idea was to bring something more important than you into your body. That's what Aleister Crowley was in. And he had a big following, remember, and lots of aristocracy were involved in it at that level too. And the artistic community, as usual, as well, were involved in it. It didn't quite die off, and then they had a revival in the late 1800s with Theosophy that tried to bring more and more and more of it and blend it with India. But there's almost that element of the higher groups that go through elaborate ceremonies, even today, to bring a higher entity into some people. Remember, there's branches of Masonry that are pretty well atheistic as well. Remember that as well. Yeah? But for the occultic groups, there are certain ones that went all the way, often as an excuse perhaps for free sex as well and all the rest of it. But some of them still believed that there was a higher, that these were entities of superior beings they could bring into themselves, or people who had lived long, long before them. And some of the groups saw these entities as gods, ancient gods, you see. And it wasn't a unique idea at all. It flourished in ancient times in the Middle East, and even in ancient Hebrew. Into Judaism, early Judaism too, they had this idea, a different view on good and bad, right and wrong, as we have today. It's different again, different changes. But when Judaism took on Kabbalism and really pushed it, the early ones saw these entities that could be used. Today, in Christianity, you look upon things as demons. But in Judaism, there were entities that you could call down if you knew their names. Again, it's very Egyptian in a way as well, or taken from Egypt and other areas around that area, even previous to Egypt, in fact, I'm sure. Many, many thousands of years old, these ideas proliferated and were copied by different cultures down through time. But the idea was that especially when you worship people as gods, like pharaohs, and it was unthinkable often for the people to believe that the pharaoh's body died, so therefore what was in him, this powerful being inside him, the spirit, was dead too. So they would say that they would think it went on, and as I say, could even be transferred to the son of the pharaoh, and therefore they were looked upon as gods. Immortal gods. Even if one body died, they'd have another one to enter into. So you're into the same area as demonology. And as I say, John Dee was really into this. He learned the Kabbalah and Hebrew. He was a real devotee. And the idea was to call down these entities and use them, and not to be afraid of them, you see. With the idea that you could do that, if you knew the right, almost code words, like passwords like computers, you could make them do your bidding. That was the idea. That's the idea behind all magic. And of course, Aleister Crowley took the same idea that he didn't invent, and pushed it too into a more real practice, physical practice, into his little society they had around him. And that's continued up until they had a big explosion again with the New Age, as they call it, New Age, in the 1960s onwards with the hippies. They introduced all this stuff again, And again, the theosophy idea of blending spirit with science, which Blavatsky boasted about, that was their goal. Odd thing to say, isn't it? And it struck me when I was looking at the World Trade Organization and the World Economic Forum. They're all the same members, by the way, that run all these things. And again, reimagining humanity. And in it, of course, they have the whole idea of life extension, which they do have today. They've had it for quite a while. But I remember watching a little clip that someone sent me, and it was from Israel. And it was someone, it was a scientist, a well-known scientist over there, in a general talk. And there's a lot of people coming into the room as he started his talk, and they were kind of yapping away as the man was trying to speak. But he said, quite casually there, he says, of course, you know that if you've got a spare $7 million that you to spend, he says, we can keep you alive till you're 140 today. That's what he said. So nonchalantly, too. You know? No, he didn't elaborate and say it's with just lots of transplants and so on. It would entail a lot more than that, I'm sure. But it can be done. And I remember years ago, too, I think it was David Suzuki mentioned it, too, in one of his TV talks when he was on about the same guy who compared humanity's levels of parasites, or really living off the dung of the ones above them. That's why we said it to his students. The dropping of the ones above them as we classified society. Anyway, he mentioned, too, that at one time that they could pretty well stop the time gene, the clock, and the gene, the genetic structure, and telomeres and so on. At that time, that was years ago, if they wanted to. And I'm sure many folk have had it. We know that old man Rockefeller died when he died there a few years ago. I think he was 103. That he was still giving talks and traveling the world up until the end. You know, he didn't seem to have the old age illnesses like arthritis or stone deaf or blind or whatever. And he was able to stand and give his talks. I think it did come out he'd had a few heart transplants, maybe 3 of them or 4, who knows. But I'm sure there are a lot more to it than that, because they don't come down, if you notice, with senility either. Their arteries are cleaned out, and the blood flow is good, etc. Anyway, that's a whole different parcel of an area to itself. But the thing is, this drive for immortality, and don't think I'm getting off the topic about demonology, the drive for immortality, as I mentioned on that last Wednesday's show, Neil Foster and Reality Bites Radio, was that a demon is a bodiless entity. It can't experience anything unless it's inside a physical body. And then you have a whole range of senses that come into play in a physical body. That's heaven to a demon, you see. Otherwise, it's like an enclosed off. It's like something floating in the blankness of space. And it's living in its own mind. But if you put a demon into a body, then suddenly the wonders of sensation and experience comes into play. And therefore they don't want to leave it, you see. Or if they leave it, or if they've killed it, if the host is fighting and they kill it, then they want to move into another one immediately. So heaven to a demon is the physical world. For people who live in the physical world, their heaven is away from the physical world. It's the opposite, which is interesting to me in a way. It's like what you have Jesus say in the New Testament. He says, "My kingdom is not of this world." Yeah? So, a whole religion is based on a different world for a spirit to go to, you see. But a demon wants the opposite. It comes from another world, another realm, and wants to exist permanently here. Well, look at the elite and look at their drive, using all your tax money for experimentation for the last couple of 100 years at least, big time, for life extension for themselves. right down to possible, not just even creating clones for each other. That's been a big drive for a long time. Oh my God, they said in the 90s, we could probably create clones for ourselves and just keep them for body parts. This is how they explained it to the public. They had big pushes on this, by the way, and don't think that they had never done it. The laws that you, they don't go by the laws they give for you. You know, they have authorized institutions for themselves way above all of this. And then you had movies like The Island to do with them even cloning body parts, getting, you know, I'm sure they're a good chuckle at all that kind of thing. And not to be confused with there's other old movies called The Island. It's a different thing. That was from Dr. Moreau's Island. You know, an old idea of experimentation. I must say H.G. Wells did it too. The Island of Dr. Moreau. So anyway, a demon wants to live forever in this world. You look at the elite and the drive they have to live permanently and stop the time clock in this world. They've had so many articles out, and in their books as well, not just magazines, and for general television and so on. So many articles about that very thing, that it'd be wonderful for them to live forever and just stop the time gene, maybe at the age of 25 or something, you know. So you'd be the peak of health, and you'd never age. You would never come down with old age illnesses. Your eyes and your eyesight should be as good at the age of 500 as it was when you actually hit 25 and they stopped the time clock. You know, what you're looking at is what a demon would want: to live forever in the physical world, isn't it? That is its heaven. So you can toss things around all you want, and I don't mind tossing all these ideas around my head. I have no problem with them at all. I have no problem with folk who will ridicule it either, or say, oh, he's a fanatic or a nutcase. I don't care what folk think about it. It's something you think about, isn't it? When you see the similarities, as I said before, things quack like a duck and walk like a duck. It's generally a duck. So regardless of how you want to define it, it is the same process that something is after, for the same reasons, isn't it? Psychopathic, mental illness, demonology is so similar, isn't it? And so I wouldn't poo-poo things that easily if I were you. I really can't imagine the people who formed the Bolshevik slaughter teams that are well documented by themselves and by the orders put out by Lenin to these groups as being basically just pure. If that's what human is, you understand we're done for. If humans are the cold-blooded humanistic types of psychopaths, call it that, you know, that are atheistic, they have no problems eating that God is dead, therefore everything that was impossible is now possible. If that's what humans are, we're in big trouble. And the more you start to believe that is their sciences, you know, that is the sciences. Humanism is the new religion. It's a good thing. You better say, God help us, because nothing else will, because you'll go along with their terrible plans. I really mean that. The Bolsheviks, as I've said, were given instructions, just like Antifa right at the moment. You're actually seeing very carefully constructed Bolshevik techniques being used right now by design. It's not by accident. And Lenin said, he said, to get the little farmers all on board here, to terrify them into submission and to give up all their crops and all their rights and their property and their religion, and to accept us as the dominant force of government. It says, just go into little towns and villages, pick people who have more say or who are looked up to. They don't have to be wealthier even than the average peasant. Just pick them, a few of them, maybe 5 per village or more, and horribly execute them. And and ordered that everybody must attend their execution. And what they did, they cut the intestines, the small intestines, at the lower part where it touched the large intestine, and brought it out of the abdomen. They would tie them to posts in town and make the person walk round and round and round as it unraveled. And this is the truth, folks. I know it's unpleasant, but you understand something. Horror always repeats itself unless you're willing to look at horror in the face. Otherwise, you're not going to stop it happening again. And that's how they watched them until the people just fell down dead. Horrible, terrible pain and horrible. And believe you me, that technique had everybody on their knees to communism very quickly. Horrible, isn't it? This isn't made up. This is, you can find old writings, disclosed stuff from the old communist archives too, in the Soviet Union. And that's where humanism will get you, because there's nothing else to elevate humanity as something special. And regardless of what religion you're looking at, religion always appealed, especially to young people. When you're willing, you're not jaded with the drudgery or the nastiness of everyday life by those who rule you. It wears you down. And you're optimistic, perhaps, because you're young, and you feel great, and you're healthy, you hope. But you do know that there's something beyond all of this. Every child goes through it. I think almost every child goes through it, or they used to, where they look into areas that were looked down upon by the general religions, but they would at least look into them and say, what if, and maybe it could be, and blah, blah, blah. And you just know, because your intuition, it isn't just intuition at that stage. There's another element where you'd sit with your buddies, you know, and you'd start singing the same line of a song at this precise moment. The other person would start singing out of the blue. Hadn't thought about it all day. It would just come out. Things like that. And then you look at each other and laugh. That's so common when you're young. You're unfortunately, with this system, it's knocked out of you so quickly by the system. Because it's a clue there's something else beyond the basic 2 and 2 equals 4 here. There's another element to it. And it's the same element that would guide you in to deeper truths to do with a belief system that accepts something called the supernatural. And it's a supernatural that accepted and gave you rights as a human being. A human being wasn't something that would just be slaughtered because you're in the way of progress, like it is in an atheistic society. You understand? In humanism, there's no reason why an authority shouldn't eliminate you if you're in the way of anything. There's no morality there. Morality comes from your acceptance of something bigger than yourself. And if you accept something bigger than yourself that you are aware of, then you're aware that this bigger thing gives the rights to other people as well, other humans as well. It's part of the affinity you have as a human being for others. Don't forget Julian Huxley. You should read what he wrote about for UNESCO in his speeches too. He mentioned them. What he talked about society and how he says we will have to knock humanity off its pedestal as being a superior species on the planet with all of its rights in order to dominate and change society and guide it. Who's the we he's talking about here? Huh? This is the same guy that was a co-founder of Planned Parenthood. But we should have to do, we knock us off. Well, once you're knocked off, and they tell you and convince you through the countless TV programs, with the furry animals, that you're just another furry animal. maybe furry if you're not bald. But yeah. And once you start to believe it, I'm sure you all know folk who went even maybe in college or school or even afterwards, that went along with something. Oh, well, we're just animals. And these same people, would never be upset if someone was being abused by a system in their own or other countries. It wouldn't upset them. It's just so, because that's where you end up when you accept and you've come to conclude you're just an animal. Well, animals don't do this to other animals, what humans do. Don't forget, animals generally don't even kill other animals in a fight. And what they will fight about are very basic things. Very basic things. Mates, for mating. Food. Very few needs, you see. But humans are not the same. We can plan wars that go to almost the level of extinction sometimes, because we have a different brain, and we're awfully good at creating things, machines of destruction. We're awfully good at that, eh? Oh, look at all these COVID ideas. Look what broke out of the information that broke out from all the labs. Eh? But I was giving these talks years ago, but I said my biggest fear is not the atom bomb. It's the biowarfare industry. And they really do have things which really could wipe us out. The only reason they don't really give out their really lethal stuff is because they don't want to kill themselves either. Even if they have real vaccinations against them, which they actually have created, by the way, in the biolabs. You can't do one change in gain of function from one part to the next without having an antidote to each part of it. That's something they don't tell you in the media these days. They used to. That's a law. But they still don't trust it even for the elite themselves, in case the thing did mutate afterwards and still kill them. So that's the only reason these things haven't been let loose en masse. They've been well tested in different places across Africa, I'm sure. Where a lot of them break out, supposed to just break out, and can be awfully easily observed and contained and kept quiet often too, through bribery. But the world's a nasty place, because the people who rule it, you have to ask yourself, are they really just people? Or are they, again, okay, you say, oh, fine, in an atheistic society, they're just atheistic humanists. They see no problem with, and a bit of psychopathy there, and have no problem in eliminating enemies or folk who stand in the way to get their big agendas through. Now, the studies on psychopaths also, as we understood, that when they rule societies, and they've taken it over even long ago through intermarriage, conquerors would marry the daughters of conquerors, and then you end up with awfully good psychopathic conquerors, right? But you end up with in a materialistic system where you elevate them up to be ultra rich, and you worship them and then you've got a massive media which they also own that constantly praises them and say how wonderful. Most folk already worship the celebrities, not because they're any good at it, because they're rich. They're stinking rich. So you've been given a materialistic culture based on materialistic religion, in a sense. It becomes a religion, and it's humanistic, and they're important. You've been conditioned to see these people are important, and as you go down the sliding scale to little old you, then you're not so important. You're getting the point here. It's quite easy to condition the public into that mode of being. I guess I'm not so important after all. And then your choices eventually, when you're laid off from work, and it's because it's all been given by the elite to China in the Far East, they end up on the street somewhere, hopefully in a warmer place, because there'll be murder in the winter. Or you can take drugs and speed up their death that way, which they make sure are well supplied. You're living in an amazing system, Look at the police forces of the world let loose upon people who might not want to wear a mask, or they can't wear a mask. No, that does any good. It's got nothing to do with it working. Cops like to beat folk up who won't comply with the herd. It's a uniformity. You don't just wear a uniform, you become uniform. It's a uniformity of society. So they don't like anything that doesn't comply. And when they're given permission to beat you up, they go with it with gusto, you know. Sometimes they'll enjoy their work then. That's the kind that will go and apply for those kind of work. Especially today, they've been brought up in the same Xboxes as the generation that goes into the military, don't forget that. There's no moral questions in war games and Xboxes. It's just how many folk can you kill and can you win. That's it. End of that problem, right? But so they'll get let loose on the folk where they won't wear a mask. And you can see what's happened. They'll strangle them, they'll beat them on the head. I've got another video, I'll put up a guy in a subway, I think it was. And he said he had, like most of them, have permission not to wear a mask because they've got bronchial problems and asthmas and different things. That makes no difference to these cops. Because you see, they pick on easy prey. These same cops won't go near a Black Lives Matter revolution across Britain and other countries that's got nothing to do with what happened in America. And it's getting used for other purposes, as you know. These cops won't know where to be seen. But they'll pick on some lone character in a subway and they'll jump on them and beat them up and damage them, and that's okay. Or some woman in Australia, you see one where she's getting strangled, another one that was trying to organise an anti-mask and anti-lockdown movement, it busted into her home and grabbed her and arrested her too. Another guy did the same thing too, who didn't go to the meeting, eventually tried to call it off, and they busted into his house with a battering ram. But when it came to other big peaceful demonstrations, let's call it that way, nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen. What works through them? It's the same herd mentality. It's the crowd again, where they'll jump on the easy victim. It's the same thing they'll say with a woman who gets followed to be raped by somebody, that rapists somehow sense the personality that they're after. Maybe, who knows, maybe the way they walk, or something tells them they're not so confident, or I've known I haven't really studied it, but you'll see these different articles on studying the victim, what makes the people pick that particular woman. And right down to pheromones and things like that. But it's the same thing with the crowds. You'll see in Portland and Kenosha, you'll see these folk at night with skateboards too. You notice have these skateboards, the guys that scout around looking for targets and things like that. And they pick someone that's easy to pick on, and immediately you'll see a bunch of them just moving in for the kill, you know. They're cowards on their own, but it's a swarming. That's what they call it, swarming. But cops can do the same thing again on the general public when they're given permission, you see. So you have to really stand back and see what kind of world that we're living in, what kind of world do we want right now, and what's running this world at the top, at the very top. Huh? You remember, and it's not laughable. I mean, there's no such thing as conspiracy theory when you have the facts that the media themselves, the same ones that might call you conspiracy theorists, come out with them and tell you about it. I can remember years ago when Prince Charles talked about being part of the Olympians. He was an Olympian, he said. Well, he wasn't talking about running a mile. Charlie couldn't run 10 yards, but he's an Olympian. It's a big group, of the higher gods, the idea of the gods back in the occult. And Aleister Crowley is an example where, and back in the ancient Hebrew, where they could bring down a demon and use them for their own purposes. A god. They believed they were gods, you see. And that's still in the occult religions of today, the idea of bringing down gods for different reasons, the gods of just in air, fire, and water, and so on. It's specific gods for specific reasons, and these are old religions They really believe them. They don't believe there's any right and wrong, you understand? It's a matter of knowing the coding in Kabbalah and deep Kabbalah and then into the really higher occults of demonology is, as I say, to call down the right kind of entities for the right kind of jobs and purposes to be used by you as a magician on other people. And they still have them through talismans today. If you go into Israel, you'll see certain rabbis actually really are dedicated to this particular field. It's interesting. So much so that their rooms are covered in talismans to protect them, just like any magi in any area, in any religion, in any era. Your big fear is having things come back on you by other magi that are opposing you, or maybe you've opposed them in the past. So you end up in a paranoid state where you're terrified to just go to sleep, you see. But you do have the people at the top who join these elite clubs, and they believe that they're, who knows what kind of ceremony a Charlie boy went through to come out as an Olympian, eh? Because the old idea of the Olympians were the gods up and high, like the Zeus and so on. They would look down. You'd have Hera there, and they look down on the little people, and they'd use the little people beneath them as playthings or chess pieces. If we look into ancient times, we'll find there's always stories in religions and histories about those who seek immortality, generally from the upper crust, because they have a life of luxury. They love life more than most folk. They have much better health generally because the best food, to get best food and warmth and accommodation. Things are taken care of by managers on their behalf, basically. Just like the modern ones too, the multi-billionaires and trillionaires have estate managers and business managers. All the problems are dealt with for them. They don't have to worry their little heads and go get stressed out about things. It's all done for them. So they love life more than most people, you see. And they have life extension. They don't get old age problems because they have advanced medical treatments for things for themselves. And they, more than anything else, they love life more than most folk who are beaten down and worn down with it, or sick as well. Therefore, down through the ages, it's been kind of similar. Therefore, the elite, the ultra-elite, have always sought after immortality, and they have it written into stories and folklore and folk stories, and along with religions as well. So it's still here today. So you can take the atheistic point of view, the humanistic point of view, that's just part of human nature to want that forever. But what I'm pointing out is there more to it or not? Because there's a psychopath who really loves life, who's riding high on the backs of everybody else. They certainly do love life. They don't want to get off this planet here. And then you have other ideas to do with religion and demonology. I like to compare all these different things, regardless of what you want to believe or think about it. You should always look at all the different avenues that bring you to the same questions. As they're still doing the same today, aren't they? As they've been doing for thousands of years, by using us all for their own particular agendas, including, Julian Huxley and transhumanism. He came out with the term in his own writings at the time, and it's been copied ever since, merging themselves into, through all the sci-fi movies you've seen, merging themselves into the computer system, the internet system, like the Lawnmower Man, and even transferring their whole intellects, their whole awareness, their being, with engrams in their brains into computers. It's all the same agenda, isn't it, by the same kinds of people. And you have to ask yourself what really does drive them, because they don't see themselves. I don't think they ever have seen themselves as a part of general society, like Bertrand Russell and his ilk. And he said that eventually the elite will be pretty well a separate species from the rest of the population. And here we are. So take your pick what you want to think about it, but don't rule out anything at all. But that's the kind of characters you have. Then you have the guys like Bill Gates, who is so full of himself. What is in this man? What is in? We used to say in literature, what possesses a man, eh? And it's maybe more to it than you think. But what makes him think he's got the right to reconstruct the world? And on whose behalf? Because he's a front man too, in his own particular field. There are certain ones that are the front distributors of big money to different NGOs and other organizations and corporations. And he's one of them. He's a distributor mainly than anything else. And a promoter of one particular area for himself, which is Gavi and vaccination. And he's said quite openly in his talks that it would also help reduce the population by giving vaccines out. So if you want to take vaccines that this man's had any finger in stirring up the vaccine pot, hubble, bubble, toil and trouble, well, good luck to you if you still believe it. What a terrible thing to do is just to go ahead and accept it. When he said it himself, eh? And yes, once again, I'll mention the articles that have been in the newspapers, and I had them up myself on my site years ago. I gave the talks in it when he and Oprah and a bunch of them they nicknamed it the Lucky Gene Club as well, but they were there for eugenics. And they talked about overpopulation problems in the world. See, most ordinary folk would feel embarrassed about even going near a topic like that. If a group got together, just your friends and acquaintances, and you're just casually chatting about all kinds of things, and then, well, there are too many folk in the world, Well, what can be done about it? Well, but you'd always end up going back to square one where you just don't know what you could do about it, etc., etc. If you meet someone that says, well, I know what I'll do if I get any power, then you should really start to perk up and say, wait a minute, who are you? And who gives you the right to decide, eh? Huh? Don't forget that Kissinger put that ruling through for that was not a bill as such, but it was something to do with the state of the nation. And he said at the time, he says the greatest fear we have, the biggest enemy to the state is overpopulation. And he put the bill through. It was mainly aimed, folk thought at the time, towards third world countries, and that included not feeding them. That's just a big. Eugenics comes up with these topics. It will bring you into these topics if you even go near the topic. Should you feed these folk or not? That's what he said. He says because folk are starving is not in itself a good reason just to feed them. He was talking about not just overpopulation, but places like Bangladesh, which at that time were heavily influenced by communism. So his idea was if you feed them, you'll breed more communists. See? Everything's a weapon, isn't it? Everything you need is a weapon. Like food, I need food, therefore. Okay, therefore. That's how it goes. And guys like him, who work for a different agency than you'll ever imagine, they're way above the CIA, the top ranks of the CIA, just above it actually, go off in tangents that they're nothing to do with helping you as a country. Folk who are in the CIA and have been in it never figured it out themselves on the middle and lower levels as to why they've done so many things that did not benefit Americans at all. So yeah, you're living with a different system over you. But yeah, eugenics is an amazing field. When at the top, when you get rich folk who are awfully rich, who also belong to clubs that know that they have authority because they're so secretive, and it has everybody who's anybody in it that's got any kind of power at all in the financial area of the world, like the World Bank and the IMF and so on. And here they are discussing eugenics and ways to reduce the population. Well, when they say ways to reduce the population, they're including you all in it. I hope you understand. They're not saying, but they don't mean me. Oh, yes, they do. And it isn't just about you having children. Because when you're saying, well, they don't mean me because you decided you don't want to have any children. No, you're a useless eater. They're eating and using up the Earth's resources. And they come out with all these different equations as how much carbon you produce in your lifetime just by existing. Little old you, eh? These are the monsters. These are the same monsters, by the way, that sat back and helped create the Soviet system, the revolution that slaughtered millions in Russia. right through its whole existence. The same people, and it quickly goes through it as one branch of it, the Council on Foreign Relations, the helper group, I would say, and the outer circle of friends and so on. They were fascinated at the Royal Institute for International Affairs by the setting up. And when they called it the Milner Group at the time, that morphed into the Royal Institute for International Affairs. But they were fascinated by observing it as a big experiment on a good part of that continent, this communist idea. Oh, let's slaughter all the folk who had any power, the middle class, and just wipe them all out and replace them with a different middle class, as you know. And then wipe out stacks and stacks of farmers to create a famine. And then when folk are starving, you can dictate to them and they'll jump to wherever if you offered them any kind of food at all, they're going to jump. That's what they did. But they studied them. And the Bolsheviks were financed. They trained them, a lot of them in America, they'd run to America years before. These revolutionaries, what they called it, the International Revolutionary Party. They had big meetings in New York City in the open air. Read about it. You can see the old photographs yet. And they were trained on Standard Oil property, some of them as the warrior class, the fighters, the army. And then they sent them over to Russia and let them loose. And then observed it all. Mass slaughter. And they called it the second great experiment. The first was America. The second one was a different system. It was to be a communistic system. And they studied them. And we fed them because they starved themselves. And we sent them clothing. And when the World Bank was up and running, it financed them for its entire existence. And we paid off a lot of their debt for its entire existence in the West with their taxes. Big experiment. How many millions of folk were slaughtered for this big experiment? Eh? Well, you better get through your heads. It's the same people and their descendants who run the Gates Group and the foundations, who run the World Economic Forum, who run the World Bank, the Bank for International Settlements, the IMF, the United Nations. It's the same group who own it all and run it all. And you're all part of the present big experiment as they go into the next technological, post-industrial, and post-consumerist society, into austerity, forced austerity. You better start to understand what's really going on here. Because these people at the top of this lot, or even who are not at the top, like the Bill Gates, they're much higher than you, but they have no problem dictating what they're going to do with you all. And how you're going to be pincushions for vaccines by a law, which they run, that they're claiming. Or you're not going to be allowed to ever live the same way again. You can't go out at your home. You can't go out and shop. You can't do anything. It's their way or no way. Huh? For the rest of your life, whatever kind of life you're going to have. And they're going to make you wear identity bracelets, electronic ones, if you won't go along with it. And if you've got a smartphone, then you've got to have it with you everywhere you go because it's going to have the same function of monitoring you all the time. Total spy network system. They mean what they say, folks. Who gave them this right? Who are they? These guys obviously believe that they are the gods. They can dictate to the rest of us, and they can either let your uniformed official cops, like that Australia's doing, let them loose on the general public with full force. Or in the West, they might just use revolutionary groups of youngsters that are getting the misfits, most of them, who they're getting paid to do it too a lot. The leaders are, definitely, the leaders are. They get paychecks for it at the NGOs. At that level, they get well paid. The followers don't know, although they're getting their unemployment money to go right now. It's quite astonishing. But that's what they can use on the general public as they bring down America. Don't forget again where they want to bring America down to. They published it all, and so did Britain. with their strategic think tanks for the military Department of Defense. They want to bring it down to the city-state, get rid of the nation. So there'll be a few city-states in America. Huh? Remember that? It's all gone through your ears and out the other one again and gone, lost in a trail of exhaust or vapor. Vapor trail. How do you think they're going to get to that stage? Do you think they just imagine whatever they write in these programs, they plan it? And to plan it means you make it happen. The only thing is unthinkable because to you it's unthinkable. You would never do that. But these are the planners we're talking about. How would they get you to the same system? And I've mentioned it before. Isn't it odd that the Communist Manifesto has pretty well been completely, the planks of it, fulfilled, eh? With the starting off with the elimination of the family unit as an example. And then the youngsters are owned by the state. The state gives them their value system, as Russell said, and others said too. Etc., all the way down to eventually the withering away of the nation state. And that's exactly what the Royal Institute for International Affairs wanted, the Milner Group that ran the British Empire. Isn't it rather coincidental, do you think? Eh? It's all the same endings that they have. Freemasonry, Albert Pike, the end of the family unit again, the end of private property. What a coincidence, eh? End of private property for all you lot, but not for the elite at the very, very top. I always love that little statement by George Orwell, because he was on about utopias. They always give you utopias, you see, you go along with it. He says some are more equal than others in such utopias. Well, that's always the way it's been, and that's always the way it will be. Why should the ones who bring you carnage and destruction, for the good of all and the good of the people, not live better than you? That's the first thing they'll tell you. And eat better than you, and so on and so on. Never ending. Remember again, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and send me a few bucks your way before you forget. And these are long talks, and I have one person only, and I know what he means. He's in England. He says it's too long for him. I think he's older, maybe. But he said that it's often harder for him to find out where he left off if he wants to continue the talk maybe the next day or something, or later on that day. And I know what he means. But the same token, these are emergency times. These are emergency broadcasts, in a sense. Because I always knew it would come to this. I always did. And as I've said before, we're going through incredible history. This is more profound than even World War II, by the way, for the changes that the system wants to make on itself, on behalf of those who own it and rule it. And who are quite confident about it until you all just stopped going along with it. They can't do it without, again, with the greatest con, you've got to participate in it all for your own destruction. Without it, they can't do it. And I think about it too in Australia. The problem is everywhere, television is the biggest weapon. It's so weaponized to terrify the public. Everybody who watches it, they can't believe it's a big show to terrify them for no reason. So their sanity is questioned, you see. They can't believe that those that control it, that they think they elect and they think it's all there. They think the TV's there to serve them. Can you believe that? Whoa. Literally, I can remember old miners in Britain. There's a park there, and they'd have the seats there, and the old retired guys would sit there and chat away and smoke their pipes and chat about articles, newspapers at that time. And if you're youngsters and you're running around playing over the place, you listen to the chit-chat. And they knew everybody who owned newspapers. They knew who the moguls were, by name, by their families, by their history, and what they're all about, and what they pushed and promoted. Today, no, but everybody believes it's all real, it's all genuine, it's all there for their benefit. Like Zbigniew Brzezinski said, in his book Between Two Ages, he says, he said that most people, he said, at the moment, he says, and it's intensifying, and this is in the 1970s, he wrote the book, he says most folk can only repeat for topics of conversation what they heard on the previous night's news. But he says the time will come where they'll not only depend on that for information, right, and can be fed information. He said, but it says it's coming very quickly. Is that they'll come to expect the media to do their reasoning for them, not just their thinking, but their reasoning for them. I won't worry about working that out. They must have a good reason for doing it. That's what folks say. Well, and if the media doesn't warn them about something, they won't think about doing anything themselves to save themselves either. They really believe it's an appendage to their brain, like a little extra box attached to their brain. Be careful of this and go along with that for your own safety. So they'll go along. And that's what it's like today. They're so brainwashed. And the incredible terror that's pushed into them, that if the cops were told to be as cruel as they are in Australia and overboard with it all, then the folk will sit back as brainwashed. Well, I guess they deserved it. They're put us all at danger. What an amazing psychological warfare is going on right now. And if you could delay it or subvert it in some way and wake people up, enough people up, you'd have to deal, and really, this is not just me coming to these conclusions, you'll have to deal with the war league on top of all of this, that create all this. It's a war, remember, on you, that includes politicians, it includes the Bill Gates and all these characters that are mandating that they're going to turn you into a pincushion to take their corporate vaccines for corporations. They're going to make you change your whole way of living with wearing prisoners' bracelets in your own homes if you won't comply, and so on. And so you'll have to try them all, and they've crashed the world's economy. Millions of folk are suffering here across the planet. There's folk dying, not because of COVID, but to the reactions to it all, you see. And you'd have to literally deal with these people as war criminals because it's deliberate. The collusion is incredible, and that goes for all the people in the media too that are pushing all this stuff. No excuse for this, what's going on. They know what they're doing. They know this is a war of terror on the public by the media, and all the help they get from experts and psychologists and so on. And that's a fact too. Your tax money is being put to these behaviorists and the behavioral insights teams and the SAGE groups in Britain. I've read all these articles up before where they gave money to them to even advise and how to advise the media and to terrifying the public even more if they're not complying. They want to terrify you and increase anxiety. These are the words they use, to increase the anxiety of the public. Don't be afraid to put the pressure on and hype up the fear. These people have to be tried in criminal courts as enemies of the people, because that's what they're doing. And this is the danger point, because now that folk are knowing this and realizing it and understanding it, this is when horror gets stepped up another notch by those who have the most to lose. This is history, folks. That's what happens in history. This is the danger time, when they realize that, no, the people have noticed them. We've noticed who they are and what they're up to and what they've done, the consequences of what they've done. So they have to become even more horrific or go into plan B, C, or D, which might be even worse. But regardless, it has to be stopped. that they plan to destroy the whole world's economy, bring everybody to their knees. There's definitely famine breaking out in different parts of the world. I said this would happen way back in February. What do you expect? You shut everything down and you just wait to see what's going to come on. They know what they're doing. Quite something, eh? Then you have folk in the States who think that if Trump gets in, they can fix it all. They don't even understand what Trump's even about. Who does? I said in the last election, the Americans had nobody to vote for in any party that's really American. But Trump ran on the idea, backed by the big pharma companies. He said he would decrease the time for experimental drugs and so on, and they would cut the time it would take and the years it would take for experimental testing to go on. He said, and this was when he ran the first time. He said all that. Have you ever listened to his talks? I did. I also listened to Obama's talks when he ran, when he talked about the money that was spent on his grandmother who had a terminal illness was a waste of money. I could use it, getting folk ready to the idea for euthanasia. Why waste money on old folk? And we got better things we could use it on, you know, etc., etc. We're living through a horror show and the folk don't recognize it. It doesn't fit in with your cozy idea that it's been created in you that the world is. It's not cozy at all. It's fake. That's a fake idea. This is not Andy of Maybury. Nothing is. A sentient creature, like a fox. And foxes tend to go the same kind of routes every other night, you see. I can tell in the winter time. I know some of the foxes, but one of them came in the door a couple of years ago. And I've seen them since, by the way. In the middle of winter, it was freezing, and I fed them. But anyway, they tend, you can tell by their tracks that they've been in the winter, and they'll come the same routes looking for the same, maybe a grouse or something, something that's still on the ground. And if anything's changed, if a tree has fallen, or even a branch has blocked a road or a path, they'll stop dead. If you watch them doing it from a window, and you'll see them going around it and watching it carefully and look all around, that's a natural way to be. That's called survival. Using its natural abilities and instincts for survival. It doesn't jump over a branch. It could maybe land in a trap for all you know. Yeah? That this fox is going to survive. That's what animals do. We have been tamed down to ignore all the signs of our own destruction. And you're being taught that, no, leave it to the people who's running you. They know better. They're trained to rule you and manage you. And a lot of folk have succumbed to it. I can remember back in the 90s when Bill Cooper and myself later on, actually at the same time when he said that one, he said a lot of people will come to love socialism. Not all will be against it. Because every decision that you'll be coerced into making will be given to you, what to choose or what to do. And that's true. A lot of folk, you give up your freedom bit by bit and your independence bit by bit. As you're being trained to, just sit back, put your head on that little velvet pillow there and let us do all the work for you. We'll do it. Don't worry about it. We'll make all the right decisions. All the things that annoy you that you have to decide for yourself. We'll do it all for you. Well, here you are. Here you are. And you might survive, but you'll not be living. You'll be maybe existing in some form or another. Maybe. But that's where we are today with all this stuff. So, as I said before, a wartime scenario, you get famine. You get all kinds of factions ready to fight you, or riots in the streets and so on, of all kinds. So you get this is not all happening at the same time by itself. And then you defund the police. You know, a few years after they said, well, we've got all these robots we want to put into the society. We've already put on all the parts to do with monitoring the public from polls all over the place, and their cars can monitor them too, and their cell phones are a fantastic monitoring tool. They've already bought the hubs for their homes, so we can listen to everything they're saying and doing, and we've given them the smart TVs to sit and watch them as they're watching us. Yada, 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 yada. They've done a whole stack of it already. You've given up your freedoms and your ability to think and do for yourself like that little fox. One piece of convenience at a time that is no convenience at all. You've been disarmed step by step by step. And you've succumbed to the being ruled, not just governed, but ruled, a ruler over a good chunk of your life, folks. That's where you are. And as long as you can have lots of sex with lots of partners, no bonding, all the problems taken care of any fallout from it, then you'll be quite happy as a child until you just perish. Yeah, that's how it's going to go, you see. Perpetual childhood till the end, whichever long or short it might be. The wartime scenario, rationing coming along, wartime laws and rules, regulations where you just hop and obey to every order that's demanded of you by forces and so on. That's wartime scenario. Well, under emergency. Well, that's what 9/11 happened to us. Emergency. Oh, you can't have privacy anymore. Oh, it's some Paul, you can't have that. No way, you know. Well, and next thing you know, you can see these old ladies in the airports getting stopped and searched. And said, well, little American woman, you know, what have they got to do with 9/11? Nothing. Nothing. And what did they say from the media? Well, you might not be a terrorist, but you know, you might become one day. What? Oh, you may just wake up one day and you're a terrorist. Oh, she was, you know. There you go. Totalitarianism, eh? There's never been a system like this in place before. They even had the means to implement it all, electronically or any other way. Here you are. They've never had the massive psychological warfare techniques that they have today, and technology to go with it, to convince you to go along with it. It never happened in previous times. So therefore, those that have a problem downloading it all or listening to it all, just try and divvy it up into 1 hour at a time, or at least take a note. That's where you stop, and you can always start it again and download it. Always download it from my site if possible, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, or you can find me on BitChute as well and other places too. You can always go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com and you'll see it getting put up every Sunday. And I really mean it. There's a tremendous work here goes into all of this, and even uploading it and getting it ready for uploading, and all the sites that I have to upload it to. Remember, my own sites. You'll see them listed at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Make a note of them, because if anything does happen, and this is war, it's going on. Remember, I mentioned what happened to the Irish Sentinel there, and they've been completely, all their bandwidth was chewed up immediately last week there. Like I don't know how many gigs it was, just woof, overnight. That was it. That's how it was done. And it's happened twice so far, I think, with them. And you're under attack. With me, they know exactly when I upload generally, and they'll cut me down to a trickle. I'd be faster trying to upload it all to the different sites with dial. I'm not kidding you. This is in this day and age. This is what they do, and it's deliberate. It's not accidental. You know. So it's a war that's going on. So even uploading it all to each site takes time. Each one for me, sometimes it'll take 5 hours uploading, or 6 hours. That's just the uploading part of it to the different sites. So yeah, I do it all in one go, because you can imagine doing this, splitting it up into 4 hours and putting it up to about 5 sites of my own sites, and doing it for, you know, an hour at a time for each one. There's 4 times, there's 20 uploads right there, just that alone. So I'm sorry to do it this way. It's just the way it is, because there's no one else here to help me, and I do it myself. I don't depend on other uploaders at the moment. I have other folk who will upload on different sites for me that are not my sites, and that's nice of them to do it. But even they take time doing that. That's a lot of work. I'm not part of a corporation or a company that's financed by bigger powers than me. And I'm not part of any front group for anything either. You're living in a jungle of warfare, of information. You really are. And you often don't know the real stories behind different people who supposedly guide you. You just don't know what's been going on behind the scenes. And it's horror stories again. And I don't go into the details of things, but be careful. Be very careful. You're supposed to think for yourself. The reason you're in a mess is because you always vote, and you got folk coming in that literally have no intention of doing what they say they're going to do when you get into office. But then you go and vote again for the same parties and same people. But the US, literally, I see it as an internal war between one group of people. You almost call it a family. One person in the family mentioned it, described it that way. And it actually said it didn't even concern most Americans. It's an internal squabble. In a sense, it's probably truer. And the general public haven't got a clue about that at all. They're still thinking in left and right paradigm. And they're still thinking in labour versus whatever, labour classes versus, just like Britain, What a joke that is, isn't it? Especially now when everybody's unemployed. Because, it's COVID, it's the sunseed enemy. As they keep revising the statistics, and down to about 6% that actually died of it, even less than that, in fact, of what they said before, of actual COVID. And even that would be probably wrong too. It makes no difference. Reality doesn't matter because it's a huge wartime scenario. And as I say, if they back off now, you'd have to at least put them on trial, wouldn't you? For destroying thousands and thousands and thousands of small businesses. And thousands, maybe millions of jobs gone across the planet. Deliberately, knowingly, for the great reset of a new type of economy, They decided to bring upon all of this. Whoa, arch criminals indeed, These are bigger than some of the tyrants you've had in the past, folks. I really mean that. None of them stopped the world dead by ordering the folk to stay at home. And got away with it. No, that didn't happen. It took science and technology to make it all happen with a war of terror on the public by your own authorities, who are just the lackeys of those who rule the system and way above them. Well, they're well rewarded, certainly. There's also another video put up, by the way. It's from Spain, and it's got English subtitles. But you see this doctor, and with a split screen on it. The doctor, he's been interviewed by a woman who's an interviewer from a TV station. And you see her prattling off the questions to him, and he's smiling and shaking his head. And he says, no, we're not getting massive deaths. And no, our hospitals are pretty well empty, and she's prattling on too, because she's getting paid to terrify the public, right? And he's one of many, but you'll see him looking at the ceiling and shaking his head, and as she prattles on, he tries to counter everything that he's on the front. He's in the hospital. She's not. And then her producer jumps in eventually and hammers at this doctor because he won't go along with it. But the doctor stands his ground, There's lots and lots of exposés going on right now. But again, facts don't matter, because there's folk getting paid big money to terrify the public. There really are. Lots of them like that. And then they should all be put in trial, absolutely, for what they're doing. And the tricks they've been pulling. Never mind just fudging numbers and lying through their teeth, but knowingly lying through their teeth. They know they're doing it. I tell you, it's something. This is quite something. This is real history you're living through. And it didn't take fleets of bombers dropping bombs over cities to make this happen. It just took an elite who'd already taken over your thinking for you, like Brzezinski said, you expect them to do your reasoning for you. Huh? The media, well, they own it all. They've got all the professionals on board that are experts on lying, psychology, behaviorism. Know how you check they can make you think and believe anything by lying, and present it in the most terrifying way, and you believe it. You've been raised watching TV. You've been raised listening to their documentaries, and would they lie to you? Perfect, eh? Absolutely. So yeah, it's going to get worse because they're not going to just back off. And the more that they're exposed, the more they'll double down, because the option is for them all to be put in trial for incredible crimes against humanity. Absolutely. Whoa. So it's not going to get so good. But again, it comes down to what? Let's just take the humanistic side of things and look at it that way. Okay, we're all just blobs of protoplasm, and with preconditioned genes and so on that keep repeating themselves until their telomeres dry up and shorten, and you just die off eventually. Yada, 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 yada. We're just animals, okay? That's the next part. We're just animals. And just like animals, you've got basic needs and the whole thing. So allow those who are better animals, like Suzuki would have said years ago, to manage you all, you see? Because you're just feeding on the poop from the higher animals that drop them down onto you in the class system. And then if there's too many of you, all grazing on the same planet, and they claim there's too many, and you're ruining their resources, and it's unpleasant to look at you. I'll give you an analogy here. That's how they see you. They'd like to have that high-tech future city for themselves here and there, you see, they can go to. And they'd like to have a world they can just travel around in super aircraft that can land on a dime and yada, very advanced things, and go for walks and hikes and be completely free of noticing the peasantry around the world. They just don't like that. There's too many of you. It's their world, remember. They own it. Everything that you live on, they own it. They took it off you long ago, or stopped you from getting it, and here you are. This is what it's all about. I was thinking today about some of the big churches in Britain, the old ones, and Britain really, I don't think I'll ever get rid of it, is a class system, and you have the people who are somebodies and the folk who are nobodies. You see. Most folk are in the nobody category. And if you understand how society has developed, the peasants were the peasants, or you're called the villains as well. You're a villain or a peasant, you see. You're a nobody. And I could go deep into it, but better not. But here's the thing too, in the peasant class, we're stuck there. They believe that right after, into the 20th century, early 20th century, the eugenicists and the Darwins had taught that the peasant class, the stock, would never get any better. That all the ones who could evolve through thousands of years had already done it by marrying and selective breeding and so on. And they'd done it already, and they only married their own kind at the top. And all classes were the same. So the middle classes and the lower classes, the bulk of the population were lower classes, and they would always be the same. So that they couldn't improve their stock at all. And that was going to be it permanently. Therefore, there's no problem in starting to decide on who should live and die, or even at birth, or how to sterilize them, etc. Always a big topic with eugenics, you see. And that went right into the early 20th century. And in fact, in the first quarter of the 20th century, you had the Eugenics Society, Darwin group in Britain, eugenics, that changed its name eventually. It's still on the go today. And you had the groups inside America too, with the Cold Spring Harbor group and the Rockefellers funding it. And you had they brought in the Farmers Association, or cattle breeders actually, and tried to apply the same cattle breeding techniques to improve the herd stock and apply it to humans, and came up with their better societies and better families for America, all that kind of stuff, on the go, on the go, on the go. And then sterilizing of people who had little problems, like a deafness. You weren't retarded in some way, you wouldn't be a little bit deaf. Well, they'd sterilize you anyway, and they did a lot of that inside the States, but they did a lot of that in Britain as well. And in Germany, because they were the first country to adopt all these. They looked at Britain, and Hitler actually admired what they were doing in Britain with Darwinian eugenics, and also in America with the Cold Spring Harbor projects and other projects under Rockefeller guys and so on. And he started to implement it too with the so-called unfit for racial hygiene. And so these retarded folk, you see, must be retarded because it's hereditary. Therefore, they would just annihilate them, and that's what they started to do, you see. And of course, by the way, I mean, it was actually, even by Alexander Graham Bell, for those who don't know this, Alexander Graham Bell, he still thought, right, almost to the end, it changed a little bit towards the end, but he still went along with the eugenical idea that deaf people could only produce deaf children. It was actually a really firm belief at one point, but there's nothing to back it up at all. And deaf parents can have normal children who aren't deaf. And a lot of deafnesses are caused by different things like meningitis and so on at birth, or when they're young. But that class idea really was prevalent right up into the 20th century and into the 20th century, and especially in America and in Britain. But up until the 20th century too, folk don't realize, and the biggest churches in Britain, right? And I've visited some of them. Some of the old ones, from they were beautiful abbeys and so on. But in the Protestant ones, it was rather more profound because they had an aisle going down the middle, as you know, in a church, right? And some of the bigger abbeys there, but they had you can see where the rails were up along the top near the ceiling, or they had high ceilings, but you can see them high above anyway, maybe 15 feet high, the railings. But these used to have curtains on them, so that the wealthier folk didn't have to look at the peasantry, scratching themselves across the way there, with their knees poking through their clothing and things like that. It was just upsetting to them. It just upset their happy thoughts in church. And that's a fact, folks. It's so class-ridden. Where was your help your fellow man and have compassion for your fellow human being there? Just the hypocrisy that exists in a society. And I understand it in different levels. Understand, too, if you're only given this strange money system, which will always guarantee there's folk above who control the money, right? So it seems. And who can alter the cost of the purchasing power of the money at a moment's notice at any time they want. So one day you're okay, next day you might get the same amount of money and can buy half the loaf with it instead of the whole loaf. That's what the power of money, of manipulating money is. Like Rothschild said the same thing. I don't care, he says, about politics. He says, give me control of the nation's money, and I don't care who you put in as Prime Minister in Britain. And he didn't, because he'd put them in. He put in the right folk, because the money buys everything, including people and prime ministers, and the backing for them too. Or the politicians that need money to run even, or get a name mentioned in a paper, which you'll own as well. That's how it works, you see. So the money system immediately, it will at the very least intensify that which is self-evident. Here's very poor folk here who are in rags, and here's the folk who are a bit better, and they can afford to buy the cloth or the patches to tape or to stitch their holes in their clothes. And there's the better class of folk who are showing off all the brand new stuff over here. That comes with a money system like that. You see, it's inevitable. It's not like an old tribe where you're all wearing the same skins or something. It immediately fosters this thing. And so in an uncertain system of finances, where poverty can happen very quickly if you're sick, for instance, if you're just living day to day or week to week, and you can't work anymore, then you could end up being amongst the ragged people across the aisle there very quickly. So there's a tendency to look down on the people because you're terrified of becoming one of them, you see. That's how the system actually works. And so that their own fear, rather than say, I'm scared of joining this folk, you start to condemn the people. You condemn that which terrifies you. You see, that's how it works. But yeah, they had these big curtains so that the wealthier folk wouldn't be upset by seeing the poverty of the people across the aisle there. Isn't that really sad statement on society and on ourselves? Don't just forget the churches, on all of us. It's a sad state, isn't it? It's a human thing, and it's part of all the problems of humanity. But it's a sad thing to realize that this is... You can all be that way very quickly, you know. It's the same thing that happens. Terrified of the folk who won't wear the mask. Oh my God, you know. And then you would be applauding the cops that come along to punch them up or choke them. That's a sad statement on humanity. It really is. But at least at that time, you still had charities and things. And the folk who were terrified of becoming poor at least would donate to the charities, because they knew deep down somewhere they got to, you know, it was a sin not to help fellow. Really, it was a sin. And you felt it. But you do away with that. You do away with that, with all of its hypocrisies and foibles of humanity and human problems and so on. You do away with that and bring you into a humanistic society where there's nothing except existentialism, and here you are. Well, in come the scientists, and in come the eugenicists, and in come the property owners, the real property owners, because they own everything you need to live on. The food of the world, everything, they own it through their middlemen. And you put them to work, and they'll have no problem because there's no guilt complex in them for not helping their fellow humans. It's a practical thing. There's too many of those critters, you know. Get rid of them, and it will be done. As I say, we've had examples of it with the communists, and then when the Nazi system came in with its racial hygiene ideas and so on. And it was already happening in the West under capitalism. We didn't know with even the blessings of some of the religious groups inside America. Better families, eh? And that's where you end up with it, folks. When all compassion is tossed out and science becomes a new god, you're in for a tough time of it, very tough indeed. Because nothing, again, like Nietzsche said, now that God's dead, nothing's impossible. Don't you ever forget that. Hence the war on any kind of God or deity or any belief system for such a long time. It might have been your only saving grace for a long, long time, actually. Or a lot of you wouldn't have been here otherwise. The elite didn't just start this idea if the world is really just theirs in the last few years. They've been at this for an awful long time. Awful long time. So you see it with certain movies. One of them was Rob Roy. I think it was Liam Neeson, that ascended so well as an actor till he did Kinsey, then destroyed himself as far as I'm concerned. I heard him prattling on about the glory of Kinsey. And my God, you should really understand what Kinsey was all about. Oh, a real pervert this guy was too. But anyway, Liam Neeson played Rob Roy. He was good in that part. And Rob Roy did exist in Scotland, and he lived around the Trossachs area. They called it Trossachs, by Callander and beyond. And it was Ettrick Forest as well. He used to, and his group, were the McGregors, were the clan, Rob Roy McGregor. And at that time, England used to send people up and had regiments in Edinburgh and Stirling, and they'd send them up to Ettrick, and they would take their taxes by stealing your cattle, you know, just head counting your cattle. So that's where it came from. The head count was also heads of cattle. And they'd steal them, and pigs and everything else, and foodstuffs, and if you had no money. And they would take them down, they would drive them down to the lower Midlands or lower lands or the mid Stirling area. and auction them off, or else give them to the army, or one way or another end up as cash for the King of England. And Rob Roy used to go down after they'd been up through the Highlands to steal the cattle. Rob Roy would send his guys after them, and they'd steal them back again at night. And he was a kind of Rob Roy was also a Robin Hood character, you might say, for Scotland. And you can actually see the places today where he stole the cattle and he'd worked them into a place in the forest where this water hole was, it's a kind of small lake really, but surrounded by heavy trees. And he used to hide them in there part way to his journey back up to the Highlands. And there's also the famous soldier's leap when he was on foot and he was getting hunted through a forest, and he did jump a chasm and survived. The troops tried to jump after him and went down there. It's still there today. And eventually he was buried next to his wife in a little churchyard up the Highlands. It's still there, you can go and see it. But anyway, Rob Roy was a character, you might say. But in the movie version of it, he's up against a guy who's awfully good with the sword, and the different clans' leaders would employ different mercenaries to use the sword in gambling, you see, and put bets on them. And they bring in, I think the actor's, his last name is Roth. He's awfully good, and he played the kind of bad guy, the kind of pompous dandy type of the era, and eventually he's put up against Rob Roy McGregor, and then the big battle scene. A good movie, actually. It's entertaining. But what happened in the movie actually did happen in real life. You know, that's how bad it was back then, when you had no real rights as such, unless you stole the rights back again by force often. That's what you had to do. And you see them coming in and slaughtering folk and slaughtering families who wouldn't go along with the orders of the king. That was pretty typical. But one little bit in the movie was where Rob Roy has to go to the local lord, the clan lord for the area. And the lord is a lord. He was so different than the English lords. In fact, they're often intermarried. That was Scotland's downfall too, where they would intermarry with the English ones, and even given titles of land in England. That's how they pacified a lot of the clans in Scotland, was buying off the clan chiefs and giving them lands in England as well. So eventually you're bred in with them too. But in the movie, he has to go to this lord to explain what's been happening and how the deceptions have been happening, and how he'd been blamed for something that he hadn't done. And the Lord explains something to him and says, you should do this and you should do that. And what it did show in the movie is so true, is the Highlanders had a big sense of honour. I mean, they were so stubborn with it, they wouldn't even give in to save their lives at times. But at one point, Rob Roy wouldn't admit to something to the Lord. And he's asked why. He says, because it's wrong. It's not an honourable thing to do. And the Lord says, my goodness, he says, Roy, he says, you almost are like and what he was getting at, you're almost like nobility. Because at that time, the class distinction was so bad that only nobility had honour, and the ability to even gain honour, never mind keep it. And so if you're a villain, you're a nobody, you see. You were untrustworthy and never could be trusted, because you blow with the wind on any particular point of value. But that was a telling point in it, because that's really how it was. The nobility would see you as a commoner, untrustworthy, like a villain, as they say. And that's how it really was. The heavy class system. And a thing that they used to have in school, even when I was in Scotland, was you could hear the term, okay, mind your place. It was bad enough when your family would say that, or somebody in the family, or even neighbours, and mind your place, when you're getting a bit cheeky or whatever. But it was also it was meant by different classes. Mind your place. If you overspoke or spoke when you shouldn't speak in particular company of your betters, you'd be told to mind your place. That's how bad it was. And that's the pecking order of society, as they say. But yeah, it was in the churches too. Anyway, I've prattled on too much about that. And I think now I should really start putting out some of the articles out there for those that want them, you know. Because the articles are so profuse now, you can't get away from them. There's that many of them. As I say, there's no lack of facts as opposed to opinions to do with the COVID thing. Facts don't matter anymore. And they're really ramping up. Like I said before, that the idea, in the 90s I said this, eventually you won't get into a grocery store without your up-to-date vaccinations. Electronic things will go off and as soon as you walk in, because in one way or another you're going to be chipped or something. And of course most folk even have it on their cell phone now, but they will go to the chip eventually, or the tattoo, the digital tattoo that pushed through all the different, that they've had it from the MIT, pushing that thing that we're working with Bill Gates on. That wasn't a conspiracy theory, it's been published by MIT themselves. And it'd be like a digital tattoo, as they called it. And they want to take you eventually to that stage. Up to that stage, the media have been told to poo-poo it until you're there, then just ignore it. And that's how they do it with everything else too. So we're really at a place where most folk don't, they don't even know where they are at the moment with this, with the tyranny of shutting down our world's economy, destroying millions of small businesses across the planet, putting a relentless poverty upon the public. You're now into austerity, planned austerity, folks. And I gave these talks literally in the 90s and then later again, even around the time of 9/11 happening, how you bring in step-by-step austerity. You're into it now. This is the big push to bring in that whole system in post-consumer society as well, you see. And here we'll go with the articles before it's the night is gone, or the day is gone. It'll be the night before I get it all up. I should be the next morning before I get it all up. It takes that long with my choking of my speed by my provider, as they call it, that I'm paying for. Now this article here, let's see now. I'll start off with this one here. I'm going to put up some videos, as I've said too, so go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com, download the latest talk, and you'll see other links there. I always put the links up for the articles that I read to show you that it's not just conspiracy theory when it's coming from their own particular sites. Here's your insanity. We've already had the CDC come out and from their own website and say that the masks don't stop the spread of COVID. Right? That was in May. They put it up on their own site. I think millions of folk took copies of that, because everything disappears now down the memory hole so quickly. And but it was there, and we know that they don't stop you breathing in this particular virus or breathing it out, COVID viruses, right? So the Fed chair now, who's Powell, his name is Powell, wearing masks can lead to enormous economic gains, he says. Can you believe it? We are. So there's actually enormous economic gains to be had nationwide from people wearing masks and keeping their distance, Powell told NPR. Powell added that short of a vaccine, such measures enable people to go back to work and not get sick. Well, most of the work's been shut down and we're losing it all the time. What's left of it? Thousands of businesses have said they can't even open up again. They're done for. So wear a mask, it'll all be fine. There you go. Isn't that wonderful? So also spoke about the August jobs report, describing the addition of 1.371 million payrolls in August as a good one, he says. The Bureau of Labour Statistics reported the new numbers on Friday morning, which also, and the links are here, which also showed the unemployment rate falling to 8.4% below the street's expectations. Absolute bull. Isn't it? Absolute bull. You really are in the Matrix, folks, where they give you a new reality depending what room you walk into any particular time. Statistics are meaningless, as you know. It's all rubbish, right? So anyway, Powell's remarks on Friday mark his third media interview since the COVID-19 crisis began. On March 26th, Powell appeared on NBC's Today Show, and in mid-May, CBS's 60 Minutes they interviewed him too. And the Fed chairman's remarks to NPR will be the last from Fed officials as policymakers head into a media blackout ahead of the Federal Open Markets Committee's meeting on September 15 and 16. A media blackout, eh? From your Fed chairman and the rest of them, eh? Isn't that amazing, eh? But they're telling you, the Fed's telling you that even though you're all bankrupt and you're going into poverty and you're under a tyranny, then don't worry, wearing masks could be a fun thing and a good thing for you. Enormous economic gains, he says. There you are. Another one, to coronavirus. A pregnant Victorian woman is filmed being arrested. Isn't that astonishing? How disgusting these giant cops that they hire over there in Australia, eh? She was arrested for planning an anti-lockdown protest. See, they're watching all your media now, thanks to Facebook and the rest of them and all the algorithms catching you as you start. A thought just starts to leave your head, and you just type into something, and bingo, a light goes off and a little board somewhere with your address on it, and you're picked up. Eh? Thank you, social media, and thank you, government. Eh? For spying on you all. Quite something, eh? 28-year-old pregnant woman live-streamed her arrest on social media after detectives descended on her minor's rest home, armed with a search warrant. And she's a pregnant anti-lockdown protester. And her name is Zoe Buller, arrested with inciting a protest against COVID-19 restrictions in Ballarat's CBD. It says Ms. Buller has since been banned from posting on Facebook as one of her bail conditions, but has been doing the rounds on media this morning. She said she didn't realise the protest wasn't allowed. Well, why should it be? These are the same cops, by the way, that when the Black Lives Matter protests over there, even though nothing had happened over there, they all happened inside the US. It made no difference. The cops they were nowhere to be seen, but here they are going to a pregnant woman's home in force. It was a bunch of them that arrived there too. Quite something, eh? Here's brave for you, brave people. Eh? There you go. Quite something. And then COVID dissident, violently arrested after backing Melbourne anti-lockdown protests, but tells Facebook followers not to. This is a guy, this one here, the second one. And it was James Bartolo, former soldier, and so on. I love how they put them down too, because they're protesting. Because they said he's even believed that that people didn't go to the moon. What's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with the media? Disgusting prostitute media, eh? What's that got to do with anything, eh? As they try to run anybody down who's against this. Quite something. So they actually used a battering ram to get into his home. So he was charged with incitement, possession of prohibited weapons. I think it was, they called it samurai swords. It was into all that kind of stuff. Samurai sword. And 2 counts of resisting police. So there you go. But no issue of this dressed up as Antifa or BLM and telling me he was protesting, and they wouldn't have come near him. You see, there you go. And this one here is so disgusting. Never mind the person who's promoting it all from the top of Canada. Really, it's just who's also on the board of the WHO, by the way, for the Canada's health, and is also the top consultant for Canada. A bit of conflict here, I'd say, since Mr. Gates apparently funds the WHO with 3/4 of its cash at least. So definitely a conflict. But anyway, Canada's top doctor, what a joke that is, top doctor, consider using a mask during sexual activity. I won't even go any further with this one. I was thinking of putting up where it's going to go with safe sex. I remember I think it was Fauci mentioned it too, didn't he? That certain sites where for hookups, for sexual activity, would be okay if you did certain things, he said, you know. But anyway, I'll put up one that's from a comedy movie where you'll see them having real sex, safe sex, this little clip from a particular movie. If you can find it again, I'll put that up to show you where it's supposed to all really go for those that want to really follow experts' advice. Also, I'll put up two from the CDC's home page, their home site. Weekly updates by the select demographic and geographic characteristics and so on, and how they go through the actual, the Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, where they actually tell you that most of the so-called COVID deaths are not COVID deaths at all. Only maybe at the most 6%. They say there'll be a lot less than that of what they've told you were COVID. Now we're getting revised to be only 6% actually died of COVID. So it's way tiny down there, eh? Yeah. And it breaks it down into age groups and sexual groups and so on. It's all in here. Again, facts don't matter because they've got the whole mantra started. Facts don't really matter. See, I've mentioned this before, but it's the same with war, with physical war. When you send off troops and so on, you always use an excuse to attack what you've already decided to attack before it started. Like 9/11, don't forget, they had troops ready to go into Afghanistan before 9/11 happened. Huh? And they already had it on the list of the countries they wanted to be taken down from Iraq was one of them. They wanted Iran eventually too, but they wanted to go right from Iraq. And another country too kept telling them to go into Iraq. Don't stop your troops there. Send them all the way to Syria, they said, in fact. These are all the countries on the list, and they're still going through them today. But the fact was, it didn't matter about using an excuse to attack Iraq, as an example. Any propaganda will do. Once the troops are in, it doesn't matter. It'll be exposed that there's all lies, all the excuses that were given to get in. All lies. Didn't matter. It's the same with COVID. See? It's the same with COVID. It doesn't matter that all the facts are coming up, that so much of it is bogus. They completely fudged and lied about statistics. They told the media to terrify the public by using psychological warfare from the psychological warfare units in Britain. It doesn't matter. These are admissions, folks, in mainstream media, but it doesn't matter. They've got it started, and it's on the roll now. You see, regardless. So facts eventually don't matter, and they can't back down now, or you'd have to, well, at the very least, prosecute them. Another one, to Atlantic Council has many links to latest anti-Trump coup, it says, from the World Tribune. And a globalist swamp think tank is at the very heart of the latest impeachment coup against President Trump. And it's uncanny how many prominent anti-America first dots are circling its orbit. This article goes into the different characters too. It's amazing, the gang that runs the whole system of America, and other parts of the world. They mention the usual culprits, and Clintons and Soros and CNN and Reuters, but they're all connected with the Atlantic Council that's committed to globalism. That's part of its agenda, This is part of their agenda too, is preserving the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is NATO, right? That was set up during the Cold War with Russia and the Soviet Union. And meanwhile, they've had NATO into all the other countries too, in Africa and different places since then too, and they still call it NATO. So it gives you part of its agenda here, its charter, you might say, and the different characters involved with it, and different newspapers involved with them too, and how they're involved with the Ukraine and yada yada yada. It's just Kurt Volker and the different characters that are parts of the senior advisors to Atlantic Council. The cabals you run across of crooks in what you think is your legitimate system is astonishing. It's nearly everybody. They're really crooks, folks. They're not there to serve. They've never been there to serve you or your welfare. I also put up another from YouTube, and it's 2020 Berlin as one of them. Another one too is YouTube from Berlin is Robert Kennedy Jr. speaking, and you'll hear him talking in English, and you'll hear the translator too in German translating his sentences, and it's a good speech he's given them. I wish we'd have more of it in maybe the West, in fact, over this far west, because we certainly need it. But yeah, a lot of Germans have caught on to this con. It's good that they're generally very logical. Germans tend to be very logical and methodical, and they're seeing through this nonsense too. Back in May, there's an article here. It's from Boris Johnson's homepage, the government actually. They actually record who he talks to and so on. And this one here is a Gov UK, and it's the Prime Minister, it's Johnson. He's a call with Bill and Melinda Gates on the 19th of May, and he's pretty well getting his orders in a sense, if you can read between the lines. And it says both parties expressed their hope that a viable vaccine would be found as soon as possible. And of course, Gates wanted to make sure that the UK's contribution to helping countries around the world, meaning buying the vaccines and so on, and the important work of the Gates Foundation in this area, and the commitment to Gavi, that organisation, the Vaccine Alliance that Gates runs. You talk about the gangs of crooks, I'm telling you. And how that's his job. That's what Gates' job is. He's part of the eugenics agenda, as he said himself, to help people and also reduce the population. We'll figure that one out. Another article here is quite good, actually. It's about the Cultural Revolution in China. I mentioned this before too. And the Chinese Cultural Revolution was a bitter thing, a catastrophe comparable in its societal effects and similar in its historical field to the terrors of Stalin and the French Revolution. No one knows how many died, and historians say up to 2 million. But what I find myself thinking of these days is the ritual humiliations and the struggle sessions, comparing it to what's happening now. By the mid-60s, 1960s, Mao Zedong, suspicious of those around him, wary of the moves of erstwhile Soviet allies, damaged by a disastrous famine that his policies had caused. They always bring in massive famine, and you're going to get the same thing now, by the way. Surveyed the scene and decided it was time for a little mayhem. The problem wasn't his disastrous ideology. It was, as he wrote himself, feudal forces full of hatred towards socialism, stirring up trouble, sabotage, socialist productive forces working against them. The party had been infiltrated by pragmatists and revisionists, he wrote. And it's in the epigraph of Frank Decoter's The Cultural Revolution, A People's History, 1962-76. Who are our friends? Who are our enemies? That is the main question of the revolution, the Mao Zedong. But it goes into what they did. Now, you're finding similar things happening inside America and the West right now, by the way. Similar things, where it isn't good enough that you acknowledge there's wrong against different groups, including your own. But you've got to really admit it and feel rotten and bad about it, you see, as though you had something to do with it. This guilt, this guilt admission nonsense, that's part of it. Anyway, he would find and purge his foes, their usual suspects, intellectuals and other class enemies, capitalist roaders, and those who clung to old religions or traditions. In Mao's last revolution, Roderick McFarquhar and Michael Schoenhals tells of Ministry of Higher Education official brought up on charges of enjoying a bourgeoisie lifestyle. He'd been seen playing mahjong. You see. But it's true, they told the youngsters to turn on the older folk. They were contaminated. That was a Soviet term too, was contaminated in the cultures. They weren't as ideologically indoctrinated as the younger generation, you see. So that's again Trotskyist ideology is getting more and more communistic by purging yourselves in every generation, maybe even twice in a generation, to get more fanatical groups, in charge of everything. So that's what they did in China. They tortured folk and teachers and beat them up, and a lot of them were killed too. And even their parents were told to turn against as well, because they were contaminated with old ideas. So I'll put this article up. I find these things interesting, even though you already pretty well know them. COVID-19 PCR tests are scientifically meaningless. though the whole world relies on the RT-PCR to so-called, quotation marks, diagnose SARS-CoV-2 infection, the science is clear they're not fit for the purpose. I've done these articles already on so many times from different sources, even from the guy who founded the test. He said it was not meant for diagnosing in the field. It's meant for work in a laboratory only for a different reason. And so they are meaningless, and all they do is pick up particles of viruses, and that's what they're diagnosing you. If you've got particles of the viruses, then you could say you've got the virus. No, you don't. Your own immune system will kill most of it off in your nasal passages, by the way, but you'll find the particles in your nasal passage and put down as positive. It's a complete farce. They know it's a farce, so. And it's so well understood now, it's coming out more and more, and this is a good enough article put up for sure, that for those that want to go through it all, that even I think it was the New York Times came out with it, talking about it, the same kind of thing, that it's useless. It's useless. I'm telling you. It's not fit for any purpose of diagnosing for this particular problem. Another Article 2 is, again, the COVID deaths. I'll put it up again, the real percentage of them as opposed to what they said, till you're left with like 6%. They say probably had COVID, and that was it what killed them, as opposed to all the rest of them that died of other things. Australia has extended a ban on people leaving the country until December. Can you believe this? Lockdown. I remember after 9/11, I remember they were putting in naval boats on the Great Lakes between Canada and the States. And I joked about it at the time. I says it's probably in case Obama, I keep it amazing, Obama and Osama in the same time. Who could dream that stuff up, eh? But Osama bin Laden, and maybe he's got a special forces team that can have swimming camels. They can jump on them and cross. It was so farcical. And I said, what it is to lock folk in your countries. And still have all these boats and so on, to lock down borders and so on, to stop you getting out, folks. That was back in 2001 they started all that stuff. So there's Australia extends ban on people leaving the country until December. Now, folk, refugees can still get in all the countries. You know that, eh? That's okay. This is a very political virus. It can suspend its virility and contagious ability instantly, depending on the purpose and the place and the time. You see, you can just, well, it's a protest, we won't contaminate anybody, or it's refugees coming in. That's okay. But nobody's getting out. There you go. Whoa. Isn't that astonishing, eh? Australia. Yeah, New York Times, your coronavirus test is positive. Maybe it shouldn't be. The usual diagnostic tests may simply be too sensitive and too slow to contain the spread of the virus. There you go. That's the excuse for it there. It's almost a cover piece too, trying to make an excuse for it, because it's out in the open now that it's a useless test. Don't forget that other teams, a basketball team or football player or something that last week there I mentioned, who were tested positive in the morning and negative in the evening for the same thing, all of them. So it's a complete farce. So some of the nation's leading public health experts, or these experts again, raise a new concern in the endless debate over coronavirus testing in the US. They're diagnosing huge numbers of people who may be carrying relatively insignificant amounts of the virus. Most of the people are not likely to be contagious, and identifying them may contribute to bottlenecks that prevent those who are contagious from being found in time. But researchers say the solution is not to test less or to skip testing people without symptoms. It says, instead, new data underscores the need for more widespread testing of these useless tests. I said the useless part here, not them. But that's the right answer to everything. It's just absolutely, it's beyond Alice down Alice in Wonderland. It really is, isn't it? It truly is. This is just disgusting. The lengths they go to of total mind warping as they play with your brains. And that's something. World Economic Forum, Strategic Intelligence. How you can decipher the potential impact of rapidly unfolding changes when you're flooded with information, some of it misleading or unreliable. So the World Economic Forum has developed a strategic intelligence, very interesting, you look into it, capabilities to help make better sense of the complex forces driving transformational change. This is the censure of change I've talked about for ages. They talked about in academia, bringing this new system in, this censure of change, transformation across economies, industries, and global issues. Strategic intelligence can help you to explore more than 250 transformation maps, including the latest publications, video, and data for these topics. And it really is so elitist to try to attract the young, wealthier crew into them. The way that you'll be a somebody, you'll be part of us. We're exclusive, and exclusive intelligence briefings. There you could be one of us. Join a community of high-growth organizations that master future business models and emerging technologies. That's right, really terrorize your general public and manipulate them and use them for your own benefit. Be one of the elite. I did that last bit myself again, actually, but I'll put up the link to their site. You should look into it and see their partners too. Some of the ones they'll admit to that is, the rest of them they don't, but they admit to quite a lot of them, in fact. And this is an organization that goes way back too, in order to create a new type of society on behalf of the elite, because they always said they'd use democracy, but they never believed in it. It was just to fool you. And another one, video, COVID Gate, the political virus, by Professor Michael Chudadovsky in Canada. Good article, and he's got a video there too. He was into the national economies of 193 countries, member states of the United Nations were ordered to close down on March the 11th. That's true, 193 countries, closed down. An order came from above, from Wall Street, the World Economic Forum. The billionaire foundations and corrupt politicians throughout the world have enforced these so-called guidelines with a view to resolving a public health crisis. Millions of people have lost their jobs and their lifelong savings. In developing countries, poverty and despair prevail. We are told that it is the virus, which is responsible for the wave of bankruptcies and unemployment. The unspoken truth is that the novel coronavirus provides a pretext and justification to powerful financial interests and corrupt politicians to precipitate the entire world into a spiral of mass unemployment, bankruptcy, and extreme poverty. Well, I was giving these talks out, 20-odd years ago, more than that. And that's the truth of it. You're going to get brought into absolute austerity, which is poverty, folks. And I'll put all these links up for you to peruse yourself, and the videos too. I'll put the links to them. Oh, this one here is I was wondering too about how you're being censored on Google and YouTube and so on. Well, the Alphabet Group owns another, they're becoming the leader in healthcare information, you understand. It's called Verily, is a company they own. And so as they censor everybody else's point of view on it, and because you found out a lot of facts and so on, they're the biggest propaganda ones that are censoring you for saying anything, but they own Verily, this company here, making information work better so that healthcare works better. The transition to preventive care will help people live happier, healthier lives and lower the cost of healthcare for everyone. Don't you love these benevolent people out there, eh? I used to think they were just greedy folk that wanted to get ahead and own everything, but when I realised that they're really there to help us, I guess, in TV years ago, they used to have one called Perry Mason by Raymond Burton. He was the actor. He eventually was, he lost everything because he was chasing a young boy in a hotel, stark naked he was, down the stairs chasing this wee boy. And that kind of ended his career. But anyway, in the movie version or the TV version, he was a lawyer who couldn't sleep at night because he just worried about his clients. Often he'd work for nothing. He did. Mm-hmm. So that was like the real gold test there for lawyers in the fictitious world. They just Couldn't sleep because I had to get right done for you on behalf of the client. So that's the same with these people, making information work better so that healthcare works better, because they want to give you people, make them live happier, healthier lives and lower the cost of healthcare for. Thank goodness these big multi-billionaires exist. So I'll put these links up, and this other one too. It's to do with an auction that went on recently that folk don't even know about. And this auction is called, was it 105, I think it was? It's to do with bandwidth and the internet system. And it was the Federal Communications Commission that held an auction, and they sold stacks of these licenses to folk to go into the 5G in America. Yeah? And they already have a lot of them, 3.5G. They're taking the 3.5G, I haven't read it all, but somehow they can boost it up to the 5G. And it's part of the, again, the World Economic Forum's smart city projects as well, isn't it? All these big private corporations that really monitor you. From cradle to grave, everything that you do is going to be on record, folks. That's what it's about. Every penny you spend, yeah, electronic or otherwise, is all going to be monitored. Almost every thought that you have. And eventually they want to get to the thought. For those who haven't figured this out, they're already predicting what you can do because they know you better than you know yourself. Minority Report type movie, idea. But so they want to get into your head so they can actually have you and know your thoughts as literally within milliseconds of you thinking them, if not in real time. So they go into the 5G mid-band spectrum auction. It's a news release. And the winning bidders of the 3.5 gigahertz band auction as well that can get boosted up to the 5G. And those are the companies that got it. Denial of request for waiver of auction, upfront payment deadline. It was a secretive auction, wasn't it? Qualified bidders, it tells you who they are, etc., etc. And all the companies involved who bought this particular bandwidth type thing, this system inside parts of the US and across the US. Auction 105, 3.5 gigahertz, up to the 5G, you see. And also, another article here too is the World Economic Forum again. There's nothing more important than WEF. It was set up to eventually outpace this idea of democracy by using democracy in its early days, and pretending it was all democratic, to take over, gradually wean you off the idea through crisis, mind you, because you need efficiency in a crisis like a war scenario. You can't have this democracy and rights now. So you've got to be ruled by experts, and that's what their job is. That's why they set it up a long time ago. And the forum strategy is simple and effective. Bring together the most relevant leaders from all sectors of global society. So they decide who's relevant, you see, and identify the best ways to address the world's most significant challenges. It works for almost 50 years. The forum has been the catalyst for global initiatives, historic shifts. There you go, historic shifts. You're going through one right now, right? Industry breakthroughs, economic ideas, and tens of thousands of projects and collaborations. The forum is improving the state of the world, and find out how in each of our impact stories, they give you impact stories, they call it, building awareness and cooperation. Right? There you go. And financing too. You don't mention the financing. So they say we're making the world's electricity ecosystems more cyber resilient. They're taking over all electricity across the planet. That's what they're doing, folks. And the forum-led G20 Smart Cities Alliance will create the first global framework for smart city governance. Oh, there you are. And 44th, the most advanced manufacturing factories in the world are lighting the way as learning beacons. Oh, isn't that clever, eh? Global businesses launch partnerships for LGBTI equality in the workplace. So they're always PC to pretend that they really are all in the business of just want to please everybody except the majority of the public. The world has entered a new era of pandemic responding with strength, they say. has set the world into an unprecedented era of pandemic risk. A coalition launched at the forum's annual meeting in 2017, just coincidence, is responding with strength. Yep. So the global network is preparing humanity for the fourth industrial revolution, eh? And that says the network is working with governments, technology experts, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and leading companies around the world to enable emerging technologies to be used for the greater good, which of course they decide what the greater good is, you see, without you voting or having a say in any of it. Isn't that wonderful? In your democracies, eh? Aye. And Africa, there are 100+ organizations and governments have joined us to accelerate blockchain responsibility across supply chains. So they're taking over supply of everything across the whole planet. And again, they did it all without any input from you. Do you mind? From poverty to prison to a global shapers platform, a young Brazilian brings unprecedented change. Wow. There you go. Poverty to prison to a global shapers platform. 2 decades of impact, how social entrepreneurs have improved 622 million lives. The Schwab Foundation for Social Entrepreneurship is advancing social innovation worldwide, yeah. And then the big one that they do at the World Economic Forum, they create your leaders of the future, because most of the leaders that you got today were created by them too. A group of young global leaders called YGLs, Yiggles, is that wonderful, is working with refugees in Kenya's Kakuma refugee camp to realize their economic potential. Well, is going to use the refugees for economic potential or what? I mean, what they're trying to say here. But they create the global leaders. They pick them when they're youngsters at school, just like the CIA did too, and MI5 does. They tap folk when they're at high school, even at later high school, the last years of it, or first years in college generally. Same with top civil servants get picked that way. But leaders, yeah. Anybody who's into any kind of networking in school or even in the local school newspaper, they try to tap you and bring you into social justice, which is how to manipulate the rest of the general public by using real problems for personal gain. Press release: flu vaccine are required for all Massachusetts school students enrolled in childcare, preschool, K-12, and post-secondary institutions. So there you go. They're getting you as a pincushing, lifelong pincushing. I've got articles here. In fact, I'm looking at one right now, and it was vaccine schedules they want all adults to take. And this was done 20 years ago, put out by the WHO. But then they're doing it now. It's quite interesting, eh? And you get to, all your say is nothing. It's there we are, no school. Isn't that wonderful, eh? As I say, when they take away choices, you're under tyranny, folks. And you're seeing them all the time now. Eh? Old plans, mind you, but most of us hearing about them now. Darwin's Smart City Project. This is where they got all the cops right now protesting about the small group of folk turned up to protest the lockdown. So that's all you see is an army in the Daily Mail, an army of cops, and I mean it, and a few protesters. It's just amazing what you're seeing there. It's like an army of policemen. So Darwin's Smart City Project, intersection of Black Lives Matter, big data tech, and climate change. Oh, this sounds very PC to me. And the context of global climate change and concurrent need for increased sustainability. Again, that sustainability, eugenics and all that, too many of you, eh? Because that was the whole point of climate change, was to convince you there was too many of you and it couldn't be sustained. They picked man as the enemy, that's what they said. They picked him, that would fit the bill. Club of Rome. Anyway, it says that smart city technologies are hailed as intrinsically sustainable. Urban development and management. Maybe they'll start putting us down at the garbage chutes and the high rises, eh? Maybe that's what they mean, sustainability. They'll say you're just not essential under COVID. Moreover, cities are eager to represent such solutions as win-win. Oh, win-win, improving quality of life for all residents. Don't you, this guff you get fed all the time by these persuaders, professional persuaders. Don't you get sick of it? Don't you want to throw up with it? They're all out there to improve, as they lock you down, drive you into poverty, cram you into overcrowded cities. They want to improve your quality of life for all residents. They should all be put in trial, these characters. This is put by Barton Jai Quilke, Bachelor of International and Global Studies, University of Sydney. He's got a career mapped out for me. They've got environmental noise sensors in Darwin to monitor weather and climate changes, microclimate sensors to collect data on CO2 levels. I wonder if it'll have any of that to do with if you suffocate inside your mask. And water and energy monitoring sensors to improve efficient resource uses. Everyone's electricity and sensors, isn't everything? But it's all to do with monitoring you and your consumption. Because you're going to go into quotas for everything, folks. And rationing for everything. That's what it's really about. For the greater good of those that own it all. And here are two articles from Ireland. And one of them is to do with Data Protection Commission has said that rules that require pubs and restaurants that serve food to keep a record of their customers and what they are served complies with the law. So they've asked to urgently review new guidelines that require them to keep such records for 28 days, and the measure has also sparked a political backlash. This afternoon, the DPC said its role is to monitor data protection law, and in this case, the legal basis is sufficient. So they can say anything that they pass is sufficient, right? And doesn't really interfere on your rights and all that rubbish. I love how they always tell you is there interfering on your rights? that doesn't make any difference. Well, it doesn't if you allow it, of course. And it says details of meals of a dining party will now be added to that contact information under the regulations. And interference with fundamental rights in this case is not significant. And the data collected and the purpose for its collection, ensuring compliance by pubs and restaurants with the regulation mean, is unlikely to result in any significant risk to the rights of an individual, the DPC statement said. I'd say it did. Of course it does. It's got nothing to do with the government at all, or authority of any kind, what you're eating, and when you eat it, or anything else. It's nothing to do with it. Isn't that disgusting, eh? And they just decide it doesn't really infringe on any of your rubbish as they actually do it. So I'll put that one up. And from Helena Handbasket, also in Ireland, right? Spill the beans by order of Stephen Donnelly, Minister for Tyranny. We want to know what you had for breakfast. And so when you think of the insanity surrounding the COVID-19 scamdemic, can't get any more insane, you can always trust in the Irish government to come up with another idea based on nothing more than the madness which seems endemic to Irish politicians. Totally corrupt politicians, mind you, and certainly never to be trusted on anything other than the guarantee that they're corrupt. But it seems that the madness never ends with Micheál Martin and Ben Dover, Varadkar, etc. The list of intelligent attributes associated with the COVID-19 vanishing virus currently includes knowing the difference between imperial and metric measurements, what time of day it is across the world's time zones, what will it do when the clocks go back, where it can and where it cannot hang out to infect unsuspecting persons, which premises require masks, which types of businesses is allowed to live in at any particular time of the day, how to give false results in tests, whether you can drink or not, and now finally when you've had for your latest snack, if permitted in a certain premises with plastic screens, sticky labels on the floor, and mass zombies mumbling their way through a menu. Yes, folks, it now seems that COVID-19 wants to know what you've eaten to determine whether or not it wishes to infect you. Perhaps garlic will keep it at bay, or even a nice thick slice of bacon and black pudding, time will tell. But joking aside, this is apparently being done to assist with contact tracing. This is the excuse they're giving for it. They want to know what you ate. Perhaps they wish... They think they're sharing the food like from mouth to mouth or something. Perhaps they wish to round up meat eaters or people who just eat junk food and then fine them later for not conforming to veganism or the consumption of locusts on a stick. Because they want to actually push these locusts, say, as a substitute for protein as you go into austerity. I'm not kidding. Now, it literally will have something to do with that too. They're doing studies to see what you're actually eating, and eventually I'll go into, let's just try a vegan special today and see what happens, and eat these ants. They're dried ants, but they'll be okay. And then they'll tell you, well, some folk have eaten this for thousands of years. Well, it's fine for some folk, but no for the rest. And that's how they push it across on you, all this rubbish, eh? So that says here, the only way they can possibly be implemented is with the complicity of restaurant and bar owners actually doing as they're told and infringing even more so on the rights of their customers to eat and drink in their establishment, free of any interference in what is supposed to be a leisure activity and which keeps the owners and employees in business and paid work. Not to mention that Ireland is supposedly, it's scrawled out, supposed to be a free country and put prison camp. The only solution to this and all other criminal government mandates surrounding COVID-19 scamdemic is for all parties involved, restaurateurs, publicans, non-corporate shopkeepers and other private businesses to completely ignore across the board every single law put in place to diminish the rights and freedoms of the Irish people under the guise of stopping the spread of a common cold and to get back to the normal they want rather than the draconian authoritarian future being imposed upon them by their criminal and evil government. So there you go. You can't even have peace to eat and chomp away in private or semi-private. You're always getting watched these days. They want to know what you're eating. Maybe they want to know if you enjoyed it or didn't like it, or maybe try this, try these fried ants or something, and then they'll show you a little happy video so you can look at people in other countries washing down these fried ants and appearing to like it, Who knows? That's just the way it'll go, folks. Ireland is weird with these strange, it's kind of off the wall rules and regulations that they just come out with. But for a long time, it's been such a socialist country, really, with the oddest people that go into socialism, the real fanatics. They're beyond normalcy with their decisions and how they look at society and people in general. You can't. It's so Scotland to me. Scotland really is almost on a par with it, with its ridiculousness, right down to remember too with that Girfeck for every child to have a kind of guardian put out there by the state to monitor their upbringing, to make sure they have no bad ideas about other groups or peoples or something that they just decide they don't want to like. They want to rectify you before it gets to be a problem. Literally, that's what it's about. So, and you're all paying for it. It's madness, but it's absolute tyranny on a people who've never even had much peace for a long time. They really haven't, because of outside forces always hammering at them. So there you go. Spill the beans by order of Stephen Donnelly, Minister for Tyranny. We want to know what you had for breakfast. Actually, eventually you'll be lucky to get breakfast, eh? There you go. Or maybe they'll say if you had breakfast in the pub, what time did the pub open, eh? Here's a thought. Louisville removes downtown King Louis XVI statue at 6th and Jefferson Street. So I must get rid of him because he's been defaced in that by peaceful protesters. So there you go. And Chicago gangs now form pact to execute cops who draw weapons on suspects, said the FBI. So a shooting sight, to say. FBI's warned Chicago area law enforcement, is there any left here? I don't think there's probably all been laid off, that nearly 36 street gangs have formed a pact to shoot on sight any cop that has a weapon drawn on any subject in public. Well, there's freedom to do whatever you want now, eh? As I've said, it's astonishing looking up the clips. I can't even get them so much on YouTube, but maybe a few seconds here and there. But you see folk in New York City at night there, just walking along the sidewalks and people driving up to them and shooting them dead. Just for the thrill of it or whatever they get off of it. Doesn't seem to be like gang things. They're just like picking anybody that happens to be walking around Just say they've killed somebody, I guess. I guess it's the whole thing from Xbox is that you're not really killing real people, and they want to do the real thing so they can be a real professional player. Another article here is about college students across America being subjected to a horrid psychological experiment, sentenced to isolation prisons. Talking about how bad it is at the colleges now. It says college-long fun and liberating experience for many young adults has, as Ron Paul Institute's Adam Dick details below, become a dreary and oppressive experience for many students living under the weight of a multitude of restrictions imposed at American college campuses in the name of countering coronavirus. It's just, well, everything is. Forget justice to the colleges. It's a whole new way of living or existing. I don't call it living anymore. You're not going to live in this system, you're going to exist in it for a little while. Invisible policing, smart technology and law enforcement. And it says the police killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Rayshard Brooks have sparked outrage around the world. Thousands have protested in every U.S. state in more than 60 countries in support of Lives Matter against police violence, demonstrators demanding policy changes related to police misconduct, excessive force, and racial bias. It says become smarter. So you're going to say it again, get back into smart cities again. What are the consequences for policing? More cameras, sensors, and data mean more surveillance of our communities. License plate readers pinpoint thousands of plates per second. Predictive policing software estimates where future crimes could happen. And facial recognition technology can identify a single person in a crowd. Policing without the police. Law enforcement agencies say these technologies streamline and enhance police work to help keep us safe. Thank goodness everything's here to keep us safe and happy and better and all that, eh? Isn't that one? Don't you feel nice and fuzzy? That everything around you is there to keep you safe and happy and for your own good, without you having any say in the matter, but it's all done for you. Just take their word for it. But social justice activists, citizens, computer scientists, and even companies that develop surveillance tech worry about invasion of privacy and wrongful arrests. Well, the robots won't care. They'll just gun you down and try and sue them. Ruha Benjamin, Associate Professor of African American Studies at Princeton University and author of Race After Technology, Abolitionist Tools for the New Jim Code, it says with technology, law enforcement agencies can police without the police. It warns that the calls to defund police departments could lead to more surveillance through the use of technology. Well, I'm glad she's caught on to that one, because that's the purpose of it, folks. And this article goes on and gives you more to do with like Shot Spotter deployed as gunfire detection technology in more than 100 cities. That's been out for a while, that one, I think. And yada yada yada. Less than 1% of the population is responsible for 2/3 of the shootings nationally, says Sam Klepper, Shot Spotter's Senior Vice President of Marketing and Products. There's another article somewhere too that mentioned about these cameras on top of all the lampposts now, and how incredibly much they're used by the authorities. It's just astonishing, folks. Just astonishing. Used all the time, except for when they've got these guys walking around at night or driving around motorbikes just shooting folk for the fun of it. They seem to never get to catch them. That's the way it works. This is an interest. I am a culture leech. And that's a statement by an African-American history professor at George Washington University. I admit she's been pretending to be black her entire career in online confession. I thought this was a joke when I read it, but it's not. So she lied about being black her entire career. It says Krug, an African-American history professor, admitted deceiving her friends and colleagues. She said that the blog post that she is, on her own blog post, that she's white, she's Jewish, and was raised in Kansas City. It's reminiscent of the scandal involving Rachel Dolezal, former NAACP leader, who was exposed in 2015 as a white woman pretending to be black. And it goes on and on. But I tell you, some folk catch on very quickly the way the wind blows. They can get good careers, you see. It might be the only careers that folk can get eventually, these kind of things, unless you belong to a particular group. I really mean that. I've said that for years. Another one, too, is a woman who worked for the Ministry of Justice. Her name was Dr. Catherine Hopkins, formerly a Ministry of Justice researcher, is now employed by HM Revenue and Customs and is currently accused of paying a schoolboy who was the age of, 11 or, maybe 13 or some, 14 and 15 for sex. So there's the government. I guess it's okay when women do it though, because they don't make a big fuss about it. I guess the guy couldn't pay his taxes and she was just getting it off the kidder. So who knows? I mean, there you go. San Diego smart streetlights spark surveillance reform. Camera-equipped street lamps were supposed to gather traffic data. Who's kidding who they were supposed to gather traffic data? Their video footage went to police now. Lawmakers are pushing back, it says. And it gives a good article about it and how they're using it constantly, all these cameras, and listening to what you say too, yada, yada, yada. And they always have these privacy commissioners saying, it's not really a good thing, but they always say that as they keep expanding them, Downing Street in Britain plans new digital ID cards for British citizens as Dominic Cummings bids to transform government's use of data despite privacy fears. Well, if you can't fight back, folks, and say no, then you've had it. They tried to get this through, by the way, digital ID after 9/11 happened in the States. And they tried to get that in Britain too at times. But here they go. They always get what they want eventually. Get the right crisis. If you can't get the right crisis, you simply create it. And that's what you're living through right now, folks. Now, I'm not quite finished yet, but remember going to cuttingthroughmarriage.com again. I always say this hopefully once an hour, to remind folk, because I lose track of what I'm saying too when it comes to asking for help or donations, and it's necessary that I really get them to keep going. It really is. Because believe me, I don't have time for anything else, and I'm not selling you anything. But I'll put these articles up, as I've mentioned, and I want to also just mention some, if I can find these links for other YouTubes here. As I mentioned before, the PALS auction, which they called it too, that one for the FCC and for the 5G and so on, 3.5 gigs as well. It wraps up, raised more than $4.58 billion at the auction, it says. COVID Gate, the political virus is called. Global Research, I mentioned Juzadovsky. I'll be putting that one up too. And also Improving the State of the World Economic Forum. And the one by the doctor, it's a woman doctor, who, I think her name was Malage, was it Malage? I'll put it up regardless and you'll see it. She's a good talker and puts the facts across quite openly about COVID-19 and the farce of it all too. Again, that's another one of many, and why the COVID lockdowns are gunning for Dr. Atlas is another one too. So it's a new doctor by Ron Paul Forum. I'll put that one up as well. And also the man that you actually see an interview with the guy who shot the guy with the Trump hats. He murdered him in cold blood. And he says in an actual interview before he was killed himself by the cops recently, that he acted in self-defense. Well, you actually show you the video, and it's up there too. And he went up to the fellow and just shot him twice in the chest. It wasn't self-defense. He went looking for him. And man pepper sprayed and arrested on a train for not wearing a face mask. And the Spanish doctor again, the one I mentioned before. It's awfully good to see the Spanish doctor telling the facts on the television as the TV folk who are trying to get him to go along with the con and get angry at him. It was quite interesting to see that. And another guy on a subway I mentioned before. There's so much out there. You can actually spend your time on YouTube if you've got good speed on YouTube. I guess you could spend your whole life just watching stuff. And that's not what I want to do, but I like to get some of them at least to show you what's going on. And these are your police, remember. If you ever went to a different system after this, which is doubtful you'll ever get to anything resembling normalcy. Fauci said it right off the bat back in February, remember, even January. It'll never be the same again. He knew it was coming because it was planned this way years before. This is not, the COVID is the excuse for this. A big change for your entire way of living, folks. The global reset, right? So don't forget that for a second. And another con too, this is a beautiful con, with the media in Australia is on board. The Australian public wants a COVID jail. So this percentage is with a poll. Or sure they did. Shows the proof, shows the people who really signed it. Nonsense, absolute rubbish. And again, as I say, you'll see the one peppered, sprayed, and arrested in a train for not wearing a face mask. That's your cops for you. The cops will never, if you ever get out of this or come away in a different system, you must never forget what the cops have done. Never forget. And these folk must be found and fired. Actually fine them, and at the very least fine them, and even charge them for bodily harm on people, and fine them too, and then put them in prison or something, because you can't let them off with what they're doing. It's the same in the military. In the military, you know it's a lawful order, and soldiers have their rights. They will suffer for refusing to actually follow an order that they deem, under humanitarian reasons, is not lawful. Like going and just slaughter a bunch of folk that are prisoners. I mean, you can say no. And yeah, you'll suffer. But it's the same in the police too. The police have no right to go in and just... The same police, as I say, that have ignored hordes of people going through streets, toppling statues and attacking buildings and so on, and stood by and did nothing. Well, a horde of cops will turn on one person here and there, just like the folk, as I've mentioned before, that want to go and follow a woman and rape her. You know, they sense something about them. They're helpless or whatever. I don't know what it is, but it's the same with these cops. They're just like the gangs you're seeing jumping on old folk and so on. It's the same mentality at play here. Easy targets. They should be utterly ashamed of themselves for what they've been doing and what they've not been doing when they should have been doing things too. It's disgusting. But again, we're living in an utterly corrupt system. And I'll put up all these links again tonight. And I hope you all hang in there. Don't give up, folks. Don't forget. And it's not over yet. And they haven't won. And you do have the right to say no. And you should start saying no to a lot of different things that are going on. You've got to start doing it. And the very least you can do is voice your opinion of things. You've got to start doing it, because what's coming down the pike is a horror story. It's not going to be a way of living anymore. It'll be a way of existing, but not living. Because your masters actually, they've been here for a long time and kept a bit quieter in the past, but now they're out in the open, demanding you follow their strategies that they've all planned for you to follow. As we all die off, basically. And yeah, they've got time to allow us, they don't have to kill us quickly, they can make vaccinations, and you might see that a very sudden increase in cancers. They'll keep that quiet too, because the press are all prostitutes anyway, utter disgusting prostitutes. They really are. Disgusting. They should all be caught too eventually and tried for the incredible deception that they've purposely and deliberately played upon the public in collusion with the tyrants above us. Absolutely, folks. The horror has been inflicted. It cannot be forgiven. No way. But remember, as I said before, make sure you have a few people, not many, you don't need many, and you swear and vow to help each other out no matter what happens. As times get tougher and tougher and tougher, with all the restrictions that are going to come. Because very few folk are going to get out of this just on their own, or through it on their own. You only a few people. And you've got to start finding other ways to communicate with each other. Because you're all, just like them in Australia, where they're watching on social media, they're watching their emails and their chit-chat and their texting, and then going to arrest them. And some of the women, I mentioned that last week, you saw one, they came to her home, and she opened the garage door, and she says, "How did you find me anyway?" I mean, because you see, they're sure they're watching all your texting and everything. You're in a totalitarian system that you very quickly adapted into, thinking it was normal. And it was given to you for the purposes that you're seeing now. It was given to you from the very beginning for the reasons you're seeing now. So start using your meatloaf, as they say, your head, eh? It's awfully important, because hell's coming down. And back to the old demon idea, you can decide what they are for yourselves. I don't see a human as being someone as arrogant and just physically humanity on a humanistic level, utterly evil as they are, without seeing something else in them. There's something definitely there, folks. You can decide for yourselves they're just evil people. That's up to you. But you are seeing openly the tyrants of history all combined right now in your face. Some of them are hidden behind psychology. We're here to help you, etc. Others are just straightforward, telling you you're going to do what we tell you or else. You're seeing all of it now. The evil is tangible. You can feel it. And it's up to you to stand against it. Evil needs your cooperation to triumph. What was it Como said? The man who put who knows how many old folk to their deaths by threatening all the aged homes to take in infected patients. Difference infecting all to get the numbers up and the money, of course, fantastic money. There's a cutthroat evil person right in front of you, right there. But what did he say afterwards when he was asked about this during some, it wasn't even an inquiry, it was a press meeting. He says, well, don't get me wrong. He says, I can't do anything. I can't make you do anything. He says, I didn't make you and I can't make you do anything. He's right there. It's just that y'all went along with it. So there you go. So stick in there. Don't give up hope, folks. And definitely, if there's evil, there's always another side to utter evil. Of course there is. Of course there is. You all know that. Obviously, they're afraid of it too. They've been trying to ban it for centuries. Their opposition to it. Of course they have. Don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. You're never really on your own. So take care, and I enjoy reading the emails that can come in here in floods. I don't always get back to every single person all the time, but I do read them because this is just there's a massive avalanche of email, and it's how I get to. It's very good intelligence coming from all over the world and what people experience themselves. It's very interesting. From myself, Alan Watford, Ontario, Canada, it's good night. May your God or your gods go with you.